Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the semi-finals of the Aimchess Rapid. This is your host Sagar Shah and welcoming you to this live stream. So today when the rounds were scheduled and all Indians were eliminated, I had a choice with me to stream this or to not. And I decided that let's do it because, uh, the greatest player of all time, Magnus Carlsen, is playing here and he's facing his arch rival, his nemesis, Jan Sistov Duda, and it is definitely something to watch out for. Also, Magnus has won the Champions Chess Tour with one event to spare. That's something very cool. So c4 played, and today we are going to learn a lot from the games of Magnus, from games of Duda, Rapport and Mamedyarov. He's played his knight to c3. Okay. SMA Patrick says Duda cannot win against Magnus. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. By the way, now d5 is definitely a move. There is also knight to f6 possible. He plays knight f6, and now will Magnus play e4? Oh, he does it. This is known as, does anyone know what's the name of this variation? I'll be very impressed if anyone in the chat knows it. Knight f3. Okay. He goes c5 on the board, and now it's the English, but yes, it's known as the Carl Mikenas variation, not Milanese, but Mikenas, and that is the correct answer. So this move e4, this denotes the Mikenas variation, and after d5, ce5, d4, takes back, queen takes, and now he plays his knight to f3. So Magnus would now next want to put the pawn in the center, get his bishop out, get his other bishop out, castle. So Duda plays his pawn to c5. Now d4 is possible here, but Magnus goes bishop d3, and now bishop d6 played. Shushrut Rao says, Sagar bhai, book tickets for the death match in Hyderabad. Meet you on the 5th. Arey, thank you, Shushrut Rao. That's very nice to know. Guys, all those who haven't booked their tickets yet, please do so. By the way, today my cupboard got fixed for the books. So it's all set now. You can see here all the books nicely set up. Below are all the books that are chess books. How to register, Sanskar says. Sanskar, it's the third link in the description. You can check it out. So bishop d6 played by Duda, and now Magnus is thinking what is the move that he should play. Guys, what would you play in this position if you were white? Nipun Sai says, is there any deadline? Nipun, 1st of November is the last date. Sagar bhai, Samay ko bulao, bhag gaye. Arey, so Samay is here only. He'll soon be here. Oh, he goes rook to b1 in the position. Magnus plays his rook over here. Yes, many of you wanted to castle. That's correct. Castling is definitely a very logical move. And queen b3, okay, quite interesting. Also bishop c2, very interesting in order to play d4. So very good suggestions, guys. Keep it up. Magnus goes rook b1. He wants the open file. And Duda now develops knight c6. If you look at the time, Duda is already 1 minute ahead on the clock. Okay. What does Magnus Carlsen play now? I think he'll play... Oh, he plays bishop to e4. Notice how this bishop puts pressure on b7 along with the rook. Hello, Sambug. How are you? Good to see all of you coming here. Because, yes, we all love Indians winning and we all love to watch Indians doing well in tournaments. But we also love chess. And he's castled. And that is where we can all learn a lot from these games. Abhimanyu Parashar says d4 coming. Absolutely, Abhimanyu. I believe d4 is the move that will be played. But there's one thing that we have to be careful about is that after d4, pawn takes. It's a blunder because I was going to take with the pawn, but why is this a blunder? Guys, I want all of you to think, why is this a blunder? Scorecard laga do. Yes, I'll put up the scorecard. Right now, it's all 0-0, but I can change it. Duda versus Carlsen. Yes, in the chat, everyone has got this one. And Rapport versus Mamedyarov. You'll also go and look at that game to understand what's happening there. Okay, there we have the scoreboard. Put it up here. Okay, so the move here that I was looking for, and I hope all of you found it. Yes, absolutely right, is bishop g5, trapping the queen. That is the correct move. Well done by Jaden, Mitul, Akshaj, Darsh, Quart, Kritika, Apurva, Abhimanyu, Ashok Chess, and Devansh Saini. Well done. Bishop g5, and the queen is kind of locked up. So what did Duda do here? He played the move after d4, which was played by Magnus. He played quickly h6. Now you will see how these top players notice all these little traps on the board. So he's gone h6 on the board. Now next move, we have to think, what will Magnus do? Now see, look guys, apna normal dimag, when we think normally, it's castle. We want to castle in such a position. But think out of the box. Think, how can you take advantage of this move h6? You know, it's a hook. Always remember, a pawn move can be a hook in the position. A hook means you can use a pawn next to it to open up the position. Yes, yes, and this is a very crazy idea that I'm actually looking at here, and all of you in the chat also. Lovely. G4. Look at this move. And Magnus plays it. Magnus Carlsen plays G4. Alok Raj, Baki Bas, Apurva Kamble, Mistadam Disha, Alvin, Ajay Parwani. Look, there's one thing which you should definitely be aware of. If you are playing on the flank, this is a flank move, G4. Okay, you want to play h4, you want to play g5. What is needed? You need stability in the center if you are playing this. And there is no stability in the center because it's fluid. Black can take, give a check suddenly. But what you will realize is that it's moments like these that a top player shows his caliber, and Magnus goes g4. Very interesting and very exciting move. He goes bishop f4. Very nice. By the way, I was wondering if you could take here, but I think then he wouldn't take back. He would instead go g5. And now if you take bishop g5, queen is trapped. So you have to move your queen back. But then I'll take here. And already the king is opened up. So Duda now plays a fantastic move, bishop f4. Because now g5 not possible. I'll just take it. And my bishop is very well positioned. Esama Patrick says g4 looks amazing. Aniket says I would never play that. King looks unsafe. Absolutely. It's a very risky move. But I think Magnus has taken sort of stock and is going all out. You know, it's one thing to start it, quite another to actually keep on going for it. And it seems like Duda is very well prepared here. After h4, he plays the next amazing move here, which is e5. And he's telling Magnus a flank attack must be met with play in the... This is preparation by Duda, it seems to me. This is hardcore preparation. Yes, play in the center. When your opponent is playing on the flank, you should meet it with the play in the center. Queen d6 played by Duda. I'm very curious to see uh, if such a position has occurred before. So let's have a look at our reference board here. It went c4, e6. This is chess base 16, guys. Knight to c3, knight f6, e4, d5, e5, d4. We have 4,200 games here. ef, b takes, d takes c3, b takes, queen f6, knight to f3, c5. There are 333 games. Bishop d3 is very popular these days. Bishop d6, we have 32 games here. And now rook b1. This is already only one game. Oh my god. Only one game rook b1. Rest, there has been bishop e4. There has been, oops, sorry, bishop e4. There has been castles. Rook b1, castles. Acha. So already some new position. I can't believe that Duda is playing so fast, you know. He's taking these decisions very quickly. Does d5 close the center? Look, if you go d5 here, which is to attack this knight, then the knight will jump to a5, attacking this pawn. And somehow this attack on the king will not be very effective with this position. So, like for example, if you take here, I'll take with the queen. And now, you know, black pieces are active enough to not let you go on a full-fledged attack. आज कौन सा सूप बना है? Today there is no soup. Today there is no soup. By the way, let's quickly check what is up with Richard Rapport and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. They played the, what's the name of this opening? Guys, what's the name of this system? Yes, Juco Piano or the Italian on the board. Knight d2, a6, bishop b3, d5. Okay, he takes, knight takes, knight e4, attacking the bishop. Bishop a7, castles, f6 played, and always the knee-jerk reaction is to go d4, but he first plays rook e1, king h8, knight to g3, bishop e6 and d4 on the board. So Richard Rapport seems to have a nice position here. Bishop g8, and I believe that de5 is something you want to play very carefully, because after fe5 it opens up the rook here along with the bishop. So you want to play this carefully, not to hurry up too much with this move. So right now he's thinking. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has taken on e5. Very, very important moment in the position. What would you play here, guys? There's only one good move which Duda has to find, and he finds it. Duda, too good, too good. I was actually, when this move happened, I was thinking I'll play queen takes d1, king takes d1, and then bishop takes, or maybe bishop e5. I was wondering what, but this is already big advantage to white, because now these bishops are opposite each other. If you take on e5, there is bishop takes c6 and then taking here. So it does not work. So he must take with the bishop, and if you take with the queen, he's going to take it back. If you now take the knight, then he'll take with the queen, and this is a pin. It's in the center. So the queens are traded by Magnus. He takes, queen takes, bishop takes. And now he can go and try to... No, actually you cannot win this. Guys, this is horrible, right? This is a terrible move. This is terrible. You can't play it this way. Mainly because of rook e8. And there is a pin here. You don't want to be getting into this. Here actually it's very surprising that it's not lost yet, because there's a pin and f5 is coming up, but h7, and now if you, by the way, go here, it's a queen, so you have to go to h8, knight g5, threatening a mate and saving this bishop, and after rook e7 there's bishop e3, and somehow magically you are surviving. Magnus actually castles here. Interesting. Interesting. He just wanted his king out of there. He could have played bishop e3 as well to block the e file, but he decided to castle. How is bar so neutral? Well, in general, black is doing well, right? Positionally, if you see, white has the doubled pawns. Also, black has the bishop pair just like white. So there is no reason that black should be worse apart from the fact that, Magnus has space on the king side. So now after castles, Duda might be thinking of taking here, but we have to be very careful. If we take, then maybe here I was thinking hg followed by maybe king g2, rook swinging over, but even knight g5. Very interesting move. Castles played here, and he's thinking. Meanwhile, d, e, f, e, and bishop g5 played by uh, Richard Rapport. Good move here, by the way. Very good move. I had a question here, guys. Does bishop takes f2 work? Because king f2, I have queen takes g5. Because now the knight cannot take, it's pinned. However, after bishop d5, I've won a pawn, I've won a piece. But rook d8, I have c4. So somehow this doesn't work. So he goes back with his knight to f6. Good move. Okay, next, now actually, can we win this pawn? It looks tempting. This looks very tempting. But I think it's not good because knight e5, queen d1, rook d1. What does he do? Bishop b3, a b3, knight e5, rook e5. And now with this pressure here, along with this and the knight jumping here, black is already way better. So that's not going to happen. He took the queen, by the way, knight f6. He took on g8, took the queen, rook takes, king g8. Okay, we have this position now. Wow, what a nice positional game by Richard Rapport here. Because if knight e5, we have the same issue, take and then knight g4. So I don't think you can take on e5, but a very smart move now from Shakriyar, from Rapport would be, guys, white to play. What will you do? Anyone? What should he do? Siddharth goes h3. That's a decent move, Siddharth. Actually, not a bad idea because you're stopping this. It's actually cool one. h3. Very good suggestion. Very good. I would have actually thought of a very interesting move here, which many of you have found, by the way. Aniket, Quert, Ravi Editing, Manoj Mishra, Akshaj Patil, Back Ibaz, Taskin, Utpal, Mithun, and Anurag. And the move that you are all saying is bishop takes f6. Because if he takes with the rook, now I don't need to win the pawn. I can just put my knight here and this square. What is this square known as? Anyone in the chat? What is the e4 square called? Where the knight cannot be kicked off by any pawn. What is it called? Outpost. Deepam Gupta, Gupta Bihari, Himanshu Bist, Mithun. Very good. This is known as an outpost. So here the knight cannot be bothered, and this is a positionally great one for white. Also the rook may want to enter on the 7th heaven. I can expand on the queen side like this. So therefore taking with the rook is not a good idea. He takes with the pawn, but in goes Richard Rapport with rook d7. Such a class game by Richie. Excellent chess. He's going knight f5. I have very I'm very doubtful if black will be able to hold this game. Meanwhile, after castles, rook e8 was played by Duda, bishop d5 by Magnus, knight e7, he took, okay, rook b8, bishop went back, and Magnus says, I have got a pawn here. So I'm very happy. Bishop b7, rook to d1, very good move. Now remember this, guys. Whenever your opponent attacks your piece, you have a few options. You can defend it, okay? You can move this piece, right? You can capture the piece that is attacking it, but there's no way to capture it. Or you can counter attack. This is a very nice move, rook d1. So you attack something of equal or higher value. And this is something that we constantly keep on forgetting when playing chess. We are always like, oh, this is attacked, I must do something about it. But you can do something totally different. Bishop b8, and now Magnus goes knight to h2. Magnus wants to get his knight to g4 perhaps. It's a very tough situation for Duda to be in. He's a pawn down. Also, these bishops, although on the last rank, are beautifully positioned. Also, the black bishops are very nice. Like, these are crisscrossing across the board. Yes, danger levels. You're right. Exactly. Knight h2. Why not h5 and g6 blocking the bishop? So let's think about it. If you play h5, don't you think that you are slow for something like rook d7 is 1 point, but maybe you will just play bishop c6, but more like bishop e3, I attack you. So then you are not in time. So this is really a big threat now. Bishop e3 to attack this pawn on c5. How do we defend it is a big question. What do we do? Sagar bhai, do you have any insights on Hikaru Magnus Moscow private blitz game? They played 40 games, right? I was listening to it on Lex Friedman's podcast. I was not aware of Lex Friedman a few months ago, but since he has done it with Magnus, like an interview with Magnus, with Alexandra and Andrea Botes, with Gotham Chess, with Hikaru Nakamura, slowly I'm starting to follow his podcast, and actually very interesting stuff. I today I was listening to him talking to Sam Harris, who I have read a lot of books and I really like. Also, I saw he's done 3 episodes with Elon Musk, with Mark Zuckerberg, with Richard Dawkins. Very interesting personalities, and so I think it's a great thing that he is also doing podcasts with chess players. Mike Laffer Jr. says, should we go rook d7? But Mike, if you go rook d7, I'm a bit afraid of bishop c6 hitting here. So this does not work. I think we can take with the pawn or the bishop, either of them. Meanwhile, look at this. What has happened in the game of Richard Rapport and Mamedyarov? After rook d7, he played rook f7. Okay, he went rook d1. Rook takes, and he played rook d1. And he's telling him that if you take on c7, your rook will come in here. And so here Rapport found an excellent move, and I want you to also find it. White to play. What would you play? Sarang Semwal says Lex is very, very nice. I love his podcasts. Wonderful. It's a nice channel to go on and to actually experience and to learn things. Yes, very good. Very, very nice. Some of you are extremely sharp here. Look, again, tactics, very important. He's attacked your piece, so you may want to take it back. You may also want to move it away, because if you take here, it's not like the end of the world. He can always block this. But Here there is a very cool move, knight a5, with the idea of maybe bishop b6 to trap the rook almost. So the move that I was looking for and the move that has been suggested here is knight h5 or knight e4. Both moves excellent because both have the same idea. When you take here, I want to take on f6, and there is no way to actually protect this pawn because the rook controls the 7th rank. So very good job done by Ajay, Himanshu, Sharad, Jaden, Divam, Kamad, Kritika, Divyesh, Prashant, Shitij, and Mithun, Utpal, Darsh, Akshaj, Raunak, Yash Kumar, Jumka, Alvin, Sharad, and Arka. Now after knight h5, he actually went and took on d7, knight f6 check, king f7, he took on d7, e4, check, king here. Now he's a clean pawn up, but black's king is very active. Knight e3, c5, and he's thinking here. Maybe king f1, king e2. That could be one plan to just slowly improve your king. Later you can break with f3 and then get a passer on the king side. What is Magnus Carlsen up to? After hg5, Magnus here took the pawn with the bishop. Okay, understandable. Knight g6, excellent move. Bishop takes, he took. Pawn takes, and he now went in. He played knight f1. Maybe he wants to go knight e3 to d5. Bishop f3, rook d7, bishop c6 played. Manasa Vaddepalli says, Sagar sir, thank you so much. Because of your training, I won SFA, Sports for All, Hyderabad under 17 chess bronze medal out of 80 participants. I am Akshit, seeing your videos with my sister account. Oh, Akshit, congratulations. That is so good to know. And a big congratulations to you for doing so well. He goes rook e7. You know, I'm very much looking forward to seeing many of the chess players who have been playing chess, improving, watching this channel, and you know, everything. It's very nice that some things which are virtual like this get converted into real things in real world, in real life. Like for example, this performance, the chess club that we started in Phoenix, and hopefully the people whom we'll meet during DreamHack, for the death match, for the DreamHack Rapid and Blitz if you are playing. So please do try and come. I'm very always very interested to see you all. Can we play bishop e5? Sham says. Sham, very nice move because you want to attack the c3 pawn, but then maybe you lose your a7 pawn. It could be a thing you are okay with. And then I take here, and somehow this bishop pair gives you, I think, sufficient play but for a pawn. But I think white is the one who will still be pushing a little bit. So this is a very nice endgame. Rook e7, and I'm looking forward to what Duda does. Wajid Akil says, Lex Friedman, also AI professor at MIT. He has explained how Stockfish and Deep Engines work internally. It's great. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, by the way, it seems like Richard Rapport already won his game. After this we saw, he went back here. Acha, he went knight e3, c5, he went b3, b4, c4, king here. He wanted to come in. So guys, what is the move here that you would play? Like in general, what is the move? It's just a very important prophylaxis. Yes, very nice. All of you are very prophylactic at this point of time, and you should do that in your games as well. Like generally, you should ask, what is my opponent's idea? Oh, he wants to come in. Let me go knight c2, stopping it, which is a very cool move. and has been mentioned by Jerush, Mithun, Sports with Tanish, I'm Not a Bot, Kamad, Himanshu, Sharad, Yash, Ajay, and Siddhant. You may also think about doing something like knight d5, because if king d4, g4, he cannot move in here, so he goes here h4. This is the computer way to win. You are way faster with your pawns, but the human way is knight c2, and then he went e3. Maybe he wanted to come in like this. F3 stops the king in his tracks. Next, I'm coming up here, picking up this pawn, and so Mamedyarov resigned here, being 2 pawns down. Let's go back to the game between Magnus and Duda, and what we discussed has just happened. He went bishop e5. He took bishop c3, knight e3. Saket says, why is it easier to find moves in puzzles than in real games? Can anyone answer Saket's question? It's a very logical question, very good question, but there is a very, very good reason for it. No, it's not just pressure and time. It's not just game pressure, but there is another reason. Bishop f3, nice move by Duda. He's kind of putting a lot of pressure around the white king's position. Yes, Sambug is right, because you already know there is a tactic. Ajay Parwani, exactly. Knowing that there is a tactic in the position. For example, I tell you now, think for black. Your sort of brain will be charged up. You'll be like, oh, is there a check? Is there a capture? Is there something there? While when you are playing a game, no one's telling you this. And that is the reason why it's much difficult. But you have to train yourself. Training is important. And it can help you prepare, not 100%, but at least to some extent, for your tournaments. Yes, exactly. Rook b8 played. Now look, his threat is, you see it, guys. What's his threat? The mating pattern with the bishop, see, covering these squares, this bishop covering these and these squares. His threat was Rook b1, Madhish Kumar, very good. Rook b1, Ashwin Sairam, and to checkmate him here. So Magnus actually very quickly goes and attacks the bishop here on e5. So Duda moves his bishop to d4. King g3. Maybe bishop e2. Bishop e2 is a very cool move, because after take, he can take on c4. And both players have almost exactly the same time. Bishop e2. I love how Duda is sort of playing it so accurately here with one pawn. But with Magnus, he'll cause some trouble for sure. You want to start pushing your pawn, but the moment you push it, the rook will come and attack it. So perhaps it's a good idea to start off with something different here. Aniket was like, how to save the pawn after rook a8. Okay, bishop f4, but now, yeah, exactly, rook a8. How are you going to save yourself? Yeah, he goes rook a8. And Duda is happy with what he's got. He's drinking his, what is it? I think it's Pepsi or Thumbs Up, no? No clue. Arka says, Sagar, why do you think these rapid format tourneys favor the player who are more creative? As we can see, all four here are the most creative players. Sort of, but I mean, it favors those who are more accurate, I feel, more than creative. Like, Magnus is perhaps one of the most accurate players. You can see him here. many would have already given up and sort of said, okay, this is equal, he'll take here, then he'll take here, take this, then I'll take this, it will be equalized because all pawns are getting traded. But you can see Magnus trying his level best to find something, and he goes knight c2. Now he is looking at the e2 bishop and also on the d4 bishop. He takes on c4, takes here bishop e5, attacking d4 and also g7. Now g7 is a goner, so why don't we go d3? Is bishop f7 possible? But if bishop f7 here, bishop takes d4, rook takes a2, this could also be a way to play. Yeah, exactly. Actually, instead of d3, maybe you go bishop f7. So bishop f7 might be what he'll play. Yeah, he plays it. Good move. Bishop d4, and I think the players will agree to a draw. Nice. They are still playing on somehow. And very good game, very good, very high quality game by Magnus and Duda. Excellently played by both the players, and a draw in the first game. Magnus and also Richard Rapport starting off with a win against Mamedyarov. So good start for Richard and also for Magnus. Guys, I hope that you are all aware of what's happening in from 4th to 6th of November, and I hope that I all of you will be coming to DreamHack. So this is the tournament that I'm talking about here, where I would love if we all could, I could see you all playing, because there are so many. I don't know how many of you already registered for it, but this is the DreamHack Rapid and Blitz happening from 4th to 6th of November in Hyderabad. The total prize fund of 10 lakh rupees, rapid prize of 7.5 lakh, blitz prize of 2.5 lakh. There is a sort of arrangement for 500 players that we have made, and I think we have already around 120, 130 or close to that entry mark. The Will there be live stream on YouTube? Yes, we will try to do. Uh, there will be a live stream, but the prize money here is 1.5 lakh for the first prize in Rapid and 40,000 in Blitz. But also, if you look at the unrated section, there are 10 prizes there from 1,000 to 1,400, also 1,400 to 1,700. And there's also the best female prize here. And by the way, the Rapid and Blitz ratings will be taken. So if you are unrated there in Rapid and Blitz, you will be unrated. Best unrated prize as well in Blitz. There are 5 prizes. There's also medals for the Blitz for age group, and remember, all the medal winners in Blitz in under 7, under 9, under 11, under 13, under 15 get to play this Life is Unfair Simul with Samay Raina, which is going to be great fun. This is the sort of schedule of the event. And also this is, so it starts every day at around 11 on day 1, 10 on day 2, and every 1 hour there is a round. There's a lunch break in between, and also yeah, the entry fee is 12.99. It's the third link in the description, so please do check it out. And we've also, in the article that I have posted, put up some hotels for you guys to check it out. The hotels start from as low as 1,000 rupees per night, so you can check it out too. I mean 5 stars over there, so you can choose whichever one you like. These are all rates taken from booking.com, and also there are distance from the venue. So please do check it out, and I'll see you all there. And also, I think today is there are, I mean, there's still 5-6 days left for the sale of Vedika's chocolates. But if you guys want a Diwali gift or something that you want to enjoy during Diwali, please do check it out. Vedika's chocolates, the first few links in the description, first, second, and third link, first and second link is about Vedika's chocolates, which she's making fresh for all of you. This is the last ever sale of Vedika's chocolates, because after this we will be shutting it down. And also very excited for the Deathmatch 2.0 that's happening. Vardharaj Kuram says 10 lakh prize money is peanuts. It should be at least 10 crore, if not more. Okay, very nice. That is a very nice statement that you have made. I think even the World Championship match is $2 million. It's 15 crores, somewhere in that range. So yeah, an open tournament in Hyderabad should be around 10 crores. Death match is on 5th of November, guys, in Hyderabad, and Comedians Over the Board is on 4th of November. Where is Prague? Prague is actually going to play in the Asian Continental, guys. Asian Continental is beginning from the 25th of this month, 25th of October. And he will play in the Asian Continental. There will also be Vaishali, who will play in the open section. I'm very, very excited for that, for Vaishali taking on all the open, in the open section. She'll be playing against men opponents, so it'll be good fun. There is also right now Asian Continental is Asian Youth is going on. I don't know how our youngsters are doing. It is in Bali, Indonesia, and when I last checked, I think Indians were doing pretty well. There were some good chances of medals. So I'll just tell you guys what has happened in standard. Yeah, one round is left, and Indians actually in rapid we won 5 gold medals, but in classical we have Madhvendra Pratap Sharma, 7.5 out of 8, and he's playing in under 10. Madhvendra Pratap Sharma, a name to remember for sure. We also have Ethan Vaz, who had won the Prague FTX scholarship. He's on number 1 position right now, so that's good, but he has 6 out of 8. Apart from that, we have Soham Kamotra on number 3, Ilam Parthi on number 4. Ilam Parthi all playing in under 18, much above his age group. He's just 13 years old. And we have Hanya Shah in number 3 position. Charvi is in number 3. She lost the first round but is making a comeback. Maybe she can win tomorrow in the final round. Yeah, actually, few medals definitely incoming. Sahil Gautam says you are doing great work, brother. One day you will definitely organize tournament worth crores in prize, and chess will be much more fun with you. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, this time we are very much excited to do things at DreamHack because there'll be a lot of interesting things that will happen there. And we are trying to give you the best experience, trying to build up for that. There are meetings every day that happen to make sure that we are able to put forth it in a nice way. also to stream the event well, and so on. So a lot of things. Okay, by the way, d4, knight f6, c4, and he goes g3. You know, when I used to play this move g3 as white, one of the most irritating lines for black was this c6 d5. It's known as the solid Grunfeld, because see, when you play d5, I can take and bishop g2, and here, like, black does not have a center. It's a very complex line still, like knight f3, castles, but I can go like e4 maybe at some point, or there are many ways to play this. But when your opponent plays this solid line with c6, no, and then you play bishop g5 and d5, it's so solid, because if you take here, it's just 100% symmetry. So he goes knight f3, bishop g7, castles, a4. Okay, interesting. There was, by the way, a move queen b3, which was very well known. Take and knight e5 also possible, I believe. But a4, and you can see Shakriyar there, he's trying to think, because this is something new for him. And whenever the players are sort of facing something new, you can see they start looking not in the direction of the board, but rather somewhere else. So just to check how many times this has happened: d4, knight f6, c4, g6, g3, c6, bishop g2, d5, knight f3, bishop g7, castles, and a4. And we have only 94 games. This position has reached 14,000 times. It's a very popular position. And you go a4, which has been only played 94 times. And the idea, of course, I think, is to get a5 more space in the position. And a4 has been played recently by Ding Kiri. You know, if any move, just look at any game, okay, any line. Anish has played it. Anish is there everywhere. He's played all sorts of stuff. Babul Sen Gupta says, will you be commentating on the death match? Yes, of course. Of course. Death match is definitely going to be commentated. And guys, I want to show you something very interesting which happened on the other day for the death match. So, you know, when we live streamed the death match between Vidit and Anish, one of the things that a lot of people, by the way, just to give you another point here, after a5, he took with the knight, he did not take with the pawn. Any particular reason why this he didn't take with the pawn? Can you tell me? Vanos Gaming, no, DreamHack tournament will not have FIDE rating. Sorry, it's not a FIDE rated. Sakar Chess Ambernath says 3 FIDE rating tournaments coming up in Kalyan. That's so good. That's so good, Sakar Chess. Who is your pick in deathmatch, Sagar Bhai? I have no favorites, but I think it will be close. I asked Raunak in his interview, and he said Arjun is the favorite. I think a lot of people have said Arjun, but Gukesh also a lot of fans. In fact, I made a video at the chess club, and I think it's almost equal. Yes, the b5 square weakness. Venkat Dondapati, you are right. Getting a knight here, that is the reason why he decided to take with the knight. e4, knight b4, knight to c3, bishop g4, bishop e3, and this is the position on the board. I like white's position as such because, you know, white has very nice pieces in the center, all developed. Yes, Himanshu Bist, you are right. e5 is possible, but he goes queen d7. He wants to play bishop h3. Generally, if let's say, for example, I go move like rook c1, bishop h3, takes, these light squares become a bit weak. I still don't understand this so well, because you can go rook e1, bishop h3, there's bishop h1. Yeah. So what I was telling about Anish and Vidit is we've got the fresh recording of the entire live stream, which I wanted to upload. It is very in a great quality actually, which means that the internet there wasn't the best. So I'll upload it I think tomorrow, and you guys can watch that entire live stream in high definition. Like at least it was way better than what was there. So we had a lot of internet issues actually. Think as white, I would be thinking about how to connect my rooks. The first move that comes to my mind is queen d2. If you go bishop h3, I'll play maybe rook a d1. You take knight a6, and then maybe queen e2 with the idea of d5. So why not start with queen e2? Actually, that could be a possibility. Instead here like queen e2, but then you might lose this. Take here, bishop f3, and queen d4. So yeah, better to start with queen d2, rook d1, and then bring your queen here. Ajay says up to 5G hai. 5G to people are saying that it's here, but it's not so easy to. Yeah, queen d2, very good move by Mamedyarov. Excellent move. How Alvin says, how do you punish a move like f5? Let's say if Alvin he goes f5 here in such a position. One move which would not be a great idea is e5, I believe, because once you play e5, uh, sort of blocks, and then you get knight d5, f4 in the position. It's a little this. So you must, if he takes here, you want to be ready to take with the knight. So keep it fluid. Maybe a move like h3 makes a lot of sense because take white is better. Okay, going to Magnus Carlsen's game against Jan Shistov Duda. Let's follow it from Magnus's perspective. And Magnus playing the King's Indian defense. Wow. Wow. Prashant Joshi says, will you be giving headphones? Yes. Yes, we want to do that. Vanos Gaming says, सागर भाई इंडियंस आउट हो गए तो व्यूज में डिफरेंस देखो ना. I mean, of course, I know that many of the people who watch it is for Indian players, and I also love to commentate for Indian players. And it was also possible that today I would not commentate because there were no Indians. But I wanted to. I wanted to commentate. I wanted to sort of show these games, to show the ideas, to show how top level chess works, because finally we are all trying to also learn good chess to improve at it. By the way, knight d7 and e5 is somehow very interesting way to play. I think he'll go d5, or maybe he can go knight f3. He's just trying to yeah, he goes knight f3. You can also quickly check how many times has this position been reached before. d4, knight f6, c4, g6. Oops, sorry, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, d6, h3, Knight bd7. Actually, castles is by far the main move, but he went knight d7. Bishop e3, e5, knight f3. So we are already in a position that has been played only 123 times, and not too many strong players, about 2600. Okay, Gukesh has played it once. Praganka Open. No Anish this time. Anish doesn't play these lines. Okay. He took on d4, knight d4, castles. And now, guys, if let's say I go bishop e2, just a question to all of you. What is a very good move for black here? Come on. Let's think about it. Black to play. Yeah, that king breaking thing was crazy, right? And we also. Yes, all those who said rook e8, very good idea. Rook e8 is excellent move. Jaden, Alok, Kshitij, Anil, Arvind, Chessis Fun, Kuldeep, Saksham, Rao Sahib, Srini, Shruti. The reason is that after you play f3 to defend your pawn, if your pawn was back here, it would be nicer. Because now, if you see, all the dark squares have been weakened. And how do you take advantage of these dark square weaknesses now? Anyone who wants to try here? Black to play. Yes. The move we are looking for is knight to h5. Once again, fantastic job by Alvin, Siddhant, Sharvil, Anik, Anil, Sunita, Ankit, Arjun, Alishan, and Shitij. You know, this chat which is here, although there are less people, very, very fantastically knowledgeable to see that this move looks at all the dark squares. So very, very proud of all of you for finding this. And you will see that Duda and Magnus. Why is Duda such a exciting and entertaining player? Because here, instead of going for something normal like bishop d3, he goes for g4. And his point is, if you are going to attack me like this, I'm going to put my bishop here. Actually, he could have also gone g3, I believe. No, g3 would have also been interesting. The only difference here that I see is that g5 cannot be played at the right time. So let's say if I go knight c5, now I'm attacking here and you have to decide. And also one more thing is that now if f3, there is knight h5 putting pressure here. If g4, then knight g3. So when you have your pawn on g4, and this is a key difference, that now if you play knight c5, I'll go f3, you don't have knight h5. This is an important point. Kameshwar Chauhan says, missing Prague. He's my favorite player. Can you tell me why he's not playing? Yeah, he was in Fagernes Open in Norway. So he was there and that's why he couldn't play. Prague is also now playing more classical tournaments. At least he's playing two back to back. After Fagernes, he'll also play Asian Continental. He also needs to reach his ELO aim of 2700. Sir, what about h5? Kshitij says, yeah, very interesting idea, Kshitij. I like it. For example, f3, h5. Very much possible. It's just that his structure is so solid. Like if you take, he'll take back with the pawn. So I don't see so much of an effect here. But also, why is Duda thinking here? Because, I mean, what is his other move, queen c2. Maybe he wants to play queen c2. F3 maybe looks. By the way, what a complex position between Rapport and Shak. And I really liked how Mamedyarov, in order to defend this, first went queen d2, rook d1, and then queen e2. Because directly queen e2, as we saw, is losing this pawn. So he did this, then he brought his rook, then he brought his queen, knight c7, queen, rook doubling, and very nicely done. I think now is the time for some fireworks in the position, perhaps. Not so sure yet. You want to go h3, but this is defended somehow. So that's the sad part. Maybe you can start with queen f1 with the idea of f3. Possible. Oh, Duda goes queen c2. He doesn't play f3. I think he is preparing for long castle. That's why. Will you be covering Asian Continental? Yes. We will have Aditya and Shahid going there. Oh my god, look at what he's done. He took Magnus so quick with finding his moves. And what's the move that Magnus has planned here? Guys, anyone? What is the move that Magnus will play here? Black to play. Asian Continental will start from 25th. Swapnil, you want to play f5, but I think it's doubtful because take bishop takes bishop d4. You want to do that way. Okay, but then there's a check. Maybe that is the losing idea here. F5, check, and then long castle. So I don't think f5 works. What's the move that all of you have mentioned? Bishop d4. Okay, interesting. Takes. Now this is hanging here. So what do you do next? f5. Okay, this way. Maybe this is a good idea to play it this way. There's this very cool move here, which actually has been mentioned by few of you, that is queen e7, and another one is d5 mentioned by Himanshu and Aditya. So look at this idea, guys. d5, if you take with the bishop, I have bishop d4, there is a pin, you can't take. If you take with the pawn, I take on d4, bishop d4, and now what's the move? Come on, guys, I want at least 50 of you to find this. Black to play. Yep. Excellent job by all of you, and I think I have more than 50 here. 48. Kshitij, Kritika, Ranjit, Saksham, Chota, Magnus, Satvik, Divyesh, Arjun, Nilesh, and Richard. Queen takes d5. This is hanging. This is hanging. And so you can sort of equalize the game like long castle, queen takes e4, and it's equal. So Magnus played queen e7. He goes for a more sharp way of playing. f3. Now maybe f5 makes a lot of sense, because then this bishop is loose. Bishop d5, I'll go king h8. This will hang, keep hanging. c6, he's taking a lot of risks. He's creating a position that is so complicated after giving up a piece. Wow. He wants to go d5. So let's say if you long castle, d5, cd, cd. This is hanging, yeah. So that doesn't seem to work. What an interesting move, c6. I think do you see, guys, how Magnus keeps the flame burning? Like, we saw how you can actually recover the piece with this, but it gives him an easy way out, like long castle. And then even if you take here, the position is simplified. So what Magnus does, he goes queen e7, attacking here. If you move the bishop, you lose the knight, so you have to play maybe something like f3, and then he goes c6, and this really sort of pisses off the opponent. He hasn't castled yet, but this is a big threat actually. And Duda now, he's a very ambitious guy. He might go queen b3, and he will tell Magnus, you can't go d5. So Magnus will say, okay, I understand I can't go because you will take with the queen. So what I will do is I'll go f5. Oops, not f6, f5 anyway, attacking your bishop. If you take, I'll take back. Knight f5, bishop f5, and long castle. Yeah, still seems kind of equalish. So, but queen b3 has to be tried, I think. What do you think will Duda play here? Meanwhile, after queen f1, Richard Rapport has played a nice move, queen b3. Coming in here, just staying in there, maybe some threat pressure here, some pressure here. He goes queen e2. I think he'll go back. Queen e6. Anyone? What would he play? Darsh says knight f5 here. Darsh, what knight f5? Just gf5. Pritham says knight c6. But Pritham, if you play knight c6, I take back. You can't take here because of queen e3. Shubham Gupta says knight e2. But Shubham, that doesn't help you, right? Because after d5 takes, still this is hanging. So it's not helpful. Queen b3 I like, yeah. Queen b3 I like. Queen d3 also possible, but what about d5? Still. Dhanush says king f2, but Dhanush still d5. You know, just you have to, and Duda plays queen b3. Good move. Now I'll be interested to see how Magnus puts up more pressure here, but I see no way. He must go f5. There's no other. Yes, he plays f5. Takes. Now, if c5, there is d5, I believe. Oh no. Rook g1. Okay. He actually went long castle and now rook g1. Okay. Guys, what should black play here with rook g1 on the board? Very important move here. What is the threat, and try to get out of the threat. Let's see how many of you quickly can notice. Excellent. Fantastic. King h8. Once again, the chat doing really well. Cow, Ajay, Naman, Richard, Babul, Vinay, Himanshu, Siddhant, Mista, and Madhu Mohan. Well done. King h8, just tucking the king to the side. Highly possible that Duda now gets really inspired and sacks an exchange. And all those who are, sort of learning chess, getting better at it, remember that when we are young, we are taught that a rook is 5, bishop is 3. But as we grow up in the world of chess, we realize that these values are not as equal always, at the same. Like this bishop also protects the king. So the moment you lose it and you have a dark squared bishop on this diagonal, it can give you a lot of advantage. So it's the same about money as well, guys. Just think about it this way, that when I was in college, for me, when I was in school, every single rupee was like, okay, this value of this is this much, this is the cost of it. But now there are many factors which come into it. For example, let's say when I organize a death match, and the value of the headphones, even if it costs, let's say, an X amount to get them and to have, is way higher than that value itself, because the people who come there have a good experience, they go with a smile on their face, they remember chess, they feel like this was an evening well spent. All of these are intangible values that are there associated with spending, and this is exactly what happens on chessboard. Something material is tangible, but placement of pieces, where the king is slightly weak, you get a unopposed bishop, even these are tangible in sense, but relatively intangible. Look, he's taken it. See, he's taken on g7. Duda sacrifices. Yes, Arjun Iyer says value of pieces keeps changing as per their placement and the key squares they control. Now, king takes, he takes with the king. That's a bad move by Magnus. Kind of blunders, yeah? He kind of blunders, but it's not easy. If Magnus doesn't spot something which is there, it's generally not so simple. The right move was queen g7, but I can understand that Magnus was slightly afraid that, he would be playing into this diagonal, like here, here, bishop d4, the queen is pinned, you have to go rook e5, and then f4, and it's already getting very, very nasty. Queen h6, another pin here, so you can't take it. Queen e3, trying to break that pin, and the position is still complicated. So, but he took with the king, and he was like, okay, what's the big deal now? At least I don't have to worry about this losing the queen. But here comes rook g1. Okay, let's try to understand this. Now coming up here looks dangerous for sure, but king h8 is definitely a blunder. Can anyone tell me why? Anyone quickly? This is simple. This is simple and straightforward. Why is this a mistake? Yeah, there are many ways to win here. I wouldn't say there is just one, but I would say you all have sort of got it right. Knight takes c6, attacking the queen, and after b takes c6, there's a check and it's a goner. You have to give up your queen. It's game over. So when rook g1 check was played here, he went king f7, which is the correct way to play. You keep your king here. And now Duda has to find the next idea. Let's try to calculate. So the move here, try to think what should white do, and try to think a little bit ahead, guys. This is all training for you. Anyone who's going to play tournaments coming up, wants to improve at chess, this is the moment. You need to grab it. Carpe diem. Grab this moment. think? What will you do? C5 found by Duda, the best move in the position, also suggested by Tanay, Amrit, Tharun, Sahil, Agam, Chess is Fun, Alamelu, Manik, Siddhant, and Basil. Now, few questions here. First one is bishop e6. Second one is d5. Suppose I go bishop e6, trying to block. This is relatively easy to refute, I think. You take, and you take on b7. Now you can't block with the rook. Your rook on a8 would be hanging. So you try to move your, if you move your king, there's a mate. So you put your queen here. And then after queen takes c6, this position is very, very dangerous for for black, because check and queen can also move on the other side. So this cannot be played. Now if bishop e6 is bad, then clearly d5 is the only move. But once d5 is played, now I want all of you to think, what is the best move for white here? This is the key position. Not easy to figure out. What is the best move for white? This is a brilliant move that is suggested by all of you. Not all of you, many of you. So the main move that you want to play is bishop h6. But that loses somehow to queen takes c5 check. And then I'll take this knight. And there's no, I mean, it's safe for the black king. But the move that I was looking for here was knight b5, and it's a tough move. And all of you who found here, if you thought it on your own, just well done, excellent job, guys. Please think on your own, try to find this knight b5. I'm coming in with a check here, so maybe you want to take, but then I take. And the point here to note, very important point, is that king f8 is met with a mate. Bishop e6, which you think might be a good move, loses to queen h5 check. And you will notice that the rook looking here is actually very powerful. And the game is over. Like if you go here, bishop h6 or queen h6, just finish. Queen g7 mate. c5, all of a sudden, I don't know if Magnus had missed this move, knight b5. Has Duda seen it? I guess he has. Look at him. He's sitting there like this. And you know, guys, I must tell you something. Chess में अगर आपको हराना है कोई top player को, if someone is rated higher than you and you want to beat that player, a lot is dependent on your body language, the confidence you feel, how you are thinking, how your mindset is. Really, it depends a lot. It's very psychological. It's not just about making just only good moves. Like Bobby Fischer used to say, I believe in making good moves, not psychology. That was because his psychology was already very good. He was already psychologically very strong. He was not intimidated by anyone. If your psychology is weak, no matter how hard you practice, I've seen players practice for days and months and hours and years, but when they sit on the board and they face a higher rated player, they're just shaking. Even if not externally, within, they want like a draw ho jayega to acha hai. And here, Duda is not one of them. He's one of those guys, when he faces Magnus, he's like, I'm going to crush him. I want to just go there and beat him. Confidence is the key. And how do you build up confidence? That is very important. It's actually not so easy to figure out how to build up your confidence in things. By the way, Mamedyarov and Rapport roundabout equal here. Let's stick with here. Now b5, d5, I think he's played it. Duda plays knight b5 instantly. Why? Duda OP in the chat, guys. Duda OP ho jaye. Sach mein brilliant chess. Brilliant chess. He's putting Magnus under huge pressure. मतलब मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं? देखो इंडियंस रहते हैं, अपने को मजा आता है देखने को. वी लव इट, वी लव वॉचिंग इंडियन गेम्स ऑफ इंडियन प्लेयर्स. वी लव दैट दे वुड विन. बट when we see good chess, it's even more, मजा आता है. Like that's a different enjoyment. What a move by Duda. And now Magnus is just kind of stunned here. Now it's coming here. Yeah, Duda was the one who broke Magnus's classical streak. Absolutely. Magnus goes rook d8. Now, see, this is a move of a man who wants to defend very staunchly. And if you guys listen to this Lex Friedman podcast of Hikaru Nakamura, he spoke about the fact that when he played those 40 blitz games with Magnus late in the night after a tournament, it was a very interesting match. He found that Magnus defends really well. And it's not at all easy for people to beat Magnus. And this, Hikaru learnt it there. Arjun learnt it yesterday when he was totally winning game number 1. And this is one of the biggest signs of a great player, that they defend exceedingly well. Their resistance is very high. This was true also for Karpov when he faced Kasparov, because Kasparov, this very young boy from Baku, I think Kasparov born in 63, and his first match against Karpov was in 84. So he was just 21 years old then, and he was one of the best in the world at that point. I think he was world number 2 maybe, and Karpov was world number 1. But what Kasparov found in Karpov was that whenever he got a winning position, he would resist. He would find moves like rook d8. Now you would say, what is resistance? Resistance is not playing a move like cb5. This is just giving up. Here Duda has it all covered. Like queen e6 खेलोगे, check दूंगा ही यहाँ से. Queen दे दोगे तो you will lose. If you go king e7, I'll take here. If you play king now, where to go? King here, queen here, rook is coming in. If you go here, bishop g5. This is all easy stuff for a player of Duda's caliber to find. But when you play a move like rook d8, now Duda has to think knight d6, okay, take, queen d6. How do I continue next? Is this the best I can get? So let's say after fe4, still can go on. The game is not over. I mean, this king is horrible. With bishop, queen and rook, it should get checkmated. I mean, it will be out in the open. But still, you can see here, Duda is a little unsure now. He's looking there. He's like, kya khelu? There's a very exciting possibility of playing bishop d4 now, with the rook coming in. So he doesn't know what's the best move here. Yes, Sharad Avachar, you are right. Bishop d4 is very good. Duda's good moves are forced. I think here it's a little bit of a choice, no? Knight d6 is one. There's also bishop d4. Yeah, he plays knight d6. This is, I think Magnus has to give. He takes on e4. And now I feel, yeah, bd7. Again the staunchest defense. Matlab, kaisa khela ye? He wants to get his rook here quickly. For example, now if you play bishop d4, already the position check. King b1, there is queen e4. Rook here, rook g8. Draw. Equal. Dekha? So, bd7. Again, this move may not be the... It's not like white is winning after finding some great idea like queen d1 with the idea of queen h5. But will you be able to find it? Will Duda manage to find a move like queen d1 which goes here? Yes, it was there in the position. Like if you think about it here, this move, this idea of coming here and here was always there. Like if you took cb takes bishop e6, yes, the queen goes to h5 square. It was always there. But can you find that idea? He goes rook f1, which is also a strong move. He gives a check. Now for Magnus, question. This is why Duda is also strong. He's put question on for Magnus. Will you go here, 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 or here? There are 6 moves essentially. And when you are calculating all of them, you have to sort of eliminate one after the other. Let's say king g6 doesn't look right at all. Queen c2 or just queen d3, and this king looks busted. I wouldn't put my king there at all. King g7. This doesn't look great because bishop d4 comes with a check and then the queen swings over here. I mean, this also looks wrong. So we are actually then sort of looking at 4 options. And Magnus goes king e6. Maybe better was king g8. I don't know how Duda was planning to sort of finish him here, because I'm not sure what was Duda going to do after king g8. But now after king e6, this king is too weak. Oh, king c, queen c3. He's made a mistake. And now, what's the defensive move for Magnus? I think Duda realizes he's gone wrong. The right move here was queen d1, threatening this check. Very powerful. It was not easy. Now Magnus will find the best move. That is for sure. You can take it in writing. I can put my house on stake. Yeah, found it. Okay. Anyway, it's not my house on rent, so rook f8, but I didn't lose it. Rook f8 played. And you know, you played brilliant chess, but Magnus holds it. मतलब ऐसे गेम्स मैग्नस के साथ कितने लोगों ने खेले. घर गया नहीं था दोस्तों, घर गया नहीं था. He found it. He found the move. I know Magnus. I can trust Magnus. I can put things on stake. Meanwhile, it seems Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is winning. No, not winning. I understood why he's not winning. If he takes here, what's the move, guys? What is the move that Mamedyarov will play to draw the game? G4. G4, G4 दोस्तों, G4. लास्ट पॉन को एक्सचेंज करना है. किसको मिला है ये आंसर? मधु मोहन, सेंट स्नाइप्स, निहिरा, वेंकट, अक्षज, अरुण, श्रीनी, यश, सोयल, आरका. वेल डन गाइस. हाँ, तो अब जाएंगे हम ये गेम में. अब क्या होता है देखो दोस्त, आई टेल यू साइकोलॉजी एक और पे. Try to understand rook f8. Now Duda is this guy. He's like feeling amazing. मैंने knight b5 मूव ढूंढा था. ऐसा क्या ही मूव खेला. मस्त ऐसा आ रहा है नाइट इधर, बिशप लाके फुल मेट वेट करने का अपने. And then all of a sudden you come to this position, rook d8. He plays this, and now suddenly what happens is you can't find the win. So instead of, your mind is not going to suddenly adjust and say, oh, now it's a draw, now play carefully. Your mind starts to say, find the win, find the win. It goes into this panic mode. So when you take CD, rook e1, you're still playing that, and Magnus again finds the most accurate move, king f7. By the way, draw in the game of Mamedyarov and Richard Rapport. So king f7 played. Then he goes king b1, bishop f5, king a1. He goes rook c8, queen d4. It can very much be possible that Duda will sort of lose track in this game, and Magnus might win it. Just like how it has happened on so many occasions. He goes queen d1. You know, when we talk about a genius player, we talk about his strengths. You know, when we talk about Magnus as a world-class player, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, everyone talks about his endgame skills. Everyone talks about his ability to find positional maneuvers effortlessly. Everyone talks about how he manages to sort of have these very nice opening ideas and so on. But it's the unglamorous stuff that makes him who he is. The defense, the unbelievable level of defense that he shows. This is this is true even for your day to day life. When you see stars or when you see great players, we see the ovation, we see the adulation, we see the crazy support that these people have, the fan following, but we do not see the number of hours that they put in, that crazy practice, the behind the scenes, sometimes entrepreneurs who do hours and hours of meetings and so on. So this is where Magnus is so good. Now look, see, this is attacked here, so he wants to attack this. You have to play a move like b6, just very calm, very cool. b6, see, good move. Dhanush says, Sagar, this is chess live, not philosophy class. Dosto, life, chess is life. I'm telling you, many people say, keep saying this, that chess is life, chess is like life, stuff like that. But it is. King e6. Played it here. Bishop d2. Duda is not happy, Duda is like, by Magnus, itna kaun defend karta hai? Itna अच्छे से. Now what will Magnus do? Think. So his king is still in the center. It could be prone to some, some check like this. He moves his bishop, suddenly check comes here, he loses the queen. It is possible. So he must find some accurate moves. He wants to move his king away, but his bishop is hanging for now. Xavier says Magnus pushing for win with extra pawn. Very much possible. Funny chess addict says, Sagar sir, you are my Dronacharya. I have seen only your videos for coaching and I have reached 1500. Funny chess addict, थोड़ा और improve कर लो. अच्छा लगेगा, मतलब इतना, मतलब द्रोणाचार्य जितना नहीं है 1500 में. Asim Khan, Sagar bhai, what's the format for Deathmatch 2.0? Similar to 1.0, but there will be some differences. We'll reveal it in a day or two. Put it out. He goes queen h2. Magnus plays queen c3 on the board. Check here. Okay, rook c4. Yeah, chess 960 will be there for sure. Chess 960, maybe we'll have. Oh, by the way, he goes king d7. We'll have no castling chess. We'll have blindfold chess. We'll have rapid, blitz, bullet. We'll also, any other formats that you think? I don't want to put duck chess. Duck chess is too much. Any other things that we can have? What? Rook f5? Check. Magnus is surprised. What did Duda just do? Bishop e1? Not rook c1. Queen is there. Rook e4. He's missed it. He's missed it. Magnus is like, भाई क्या चल रहा है? मैं जीत रहा हूँ. Rook e4. See, the tables turned. See the expressions. Duda is suddenly from being super confident to going back in his chair. Did you see the evolution of this game? This was a brilliant game. This is what defense does. बहुत सही. Rook d5, king c6. Very important move. Because if you go king e6, suddenly queen b3. Classy move. Rook e1, Discovered check. Oh, what did Magnus do? Oh, he played king e6. Queen b3. Oh, oh, what a game. What a game. Duda is back. Magnus shaking. भाई क्या ही change हो गया क्या ही and Magnus can't believe what has happened. He's just laughing there. What a move! King. He had to place king here. He had to go king c6. He played king e6, queen b3. What a move! Queen e1, rook d1 check. Okay, king e7. Now very important. Let's see. You can't take here. Take here, mate. Magnus knows he's losing. Oh, thank God I didn't bet my house for that move. नहीं वो पता था मुझे ये मूव टफ था ये मूव टफ था queen d5 now he wants to check this is over because this king is too exposed now. No guys, this was classy. This was not like, but I just fixed today this cupboard and I jumped and maybe something broke, but that's fine. He plays queen e2, rook c1. अरे king is भाई. क्या ही गेम था क्या ही. Too good. Too good. No. This is not tricky, Duda. I think this was more like Magnus blunder because it was just a one move thing. But it shows chess is so tough. We were looking at a genius in action, correct? You're looking at how Magnus was sort of outplaying Duda. By the way, I was thinking if queen c2 is possible here. If you take, then there is a mate. But then there is queen g5 check somehow. Protecting here and then taking this. Got it. And Duda enjoying himself now. This he won't lose. This he won't, or nothing. Guys, there is no curse from me. There is no curse. मैंने कुछ नहीं किया. Look, there is the thing about Magnus being the greatest of all time. Like, he's a genius. But also, one can never forget that chess is a very tough game to master, even for anyone. No matter how good you are, there are surprises waiting you everywhere. Two more games left. Kaisa has delivered justice, says Dhruba Ganguly. I don't know if that was justice. No, I don't think so. I think it was just very, it was very cool what happened. I enjoyed this game so much. I thought it was a phenomenal game. King f6. Check. But Duda was so quick to spot that tactic, huh? It was very cool. Let's just finish the game and then I'll show you that moment where the tactics was. Shashank says, आपने कुछ नहीं किया, सब आपकी काम की शाप है. Commentator's curse is real. You know, yesterday, some people were writing in the chat, in the comments, that we made this video called Magnus Slayers and Magnus got very upset and then crushed everyone. Guys, ऐसा नहीं होता. Magnus is not going to get inspired or not inspired by the videos that we put out. Anyway, he played very well and he won. You give me too much importance if you say that there is this thing and that thing. these players are just too good anyway. Like Duda will find Magnus's errors. Okay, guys, is there another twist incoming? Is Duda going to botch this up? Look at Magnus. He's sitting back in his chair once again, showing defensive skills. Okay, Queen E3, there's Queen G2. Tanmay says still looking tough to convert, but Tanmay, it's not about pawn up. It's more about the king being weak. Too weak. There's no shelter. So of course, if you remove the queens, this should be a draw. This endgame. But with the queens on the board, again look Queen E5, just stopping Queen G7. Just this irritating little moves, छोटू moves करके irritate करना. And Duda is like, अरे यार कितना defense. And then if you go like Queen G8, suddenly Rook E2, इधर अपुन भी मेट लगाएगा. And now he's struggling. H4 he plays. Okay. Rook E5. Fine. ISO Entro says, I feel Magnus is going to hold this. I don't know. I think it's just too much of an advantage in general. And Duda is very experienced in such matters also. It's not like he'll lose his patience totally. अब क्या threat है Duda का? The main thing is you are not so comfortable moving your rook in somewhere, because a check might come and suddenly a check and then queens might get traded. He goes rook f5. Okay. Okay, rook d7. I want to do this now. I think Duda can do this. Because after check, king here, there are no more checks. Everything is controlled. So I guess, queen c4, nice move also. Hugo says, thank you, Sagar, for your great analysis. Always thank you, Hugo, for following. Engine evaluation is huge in Duda's favor. It's like +7 or something. But is that... okay, Queen C7 now makes a lot of... oh, goes Queen C1, King H5. And Magnus also has more time. He's 1 minute on the clock. Sharat says one idea might be Rook G3... what? Rook F3? No, I didn't get it. Magnus is going here. अच्छा, चेक में क्या हो रहा है अब तो चल रहा है ना चेक. यू कांट पुट योर क्वीन, योर रुक इज हैंगिंग. तो चेक में किंग को ऊपर फिर रुक आएगा, फिर किंग अंदर. ओ हो किंग इज गोइंग इनसाइड. व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? चेक, यू कांट मूव. सो किंग G4, rook G1, there is king H3, very safe king. Queen G8, very important move actually. If king H5 now, rook D7 is over. Also, you cover this diagonal because after check, there are no checks there. By the way, A4 played here. He didn't play this move. This was a nice move, Queen G8 and so on. Queen F7. Actually speaking, this is winning. Now, take, and this rook endgame is gone. Just take this, bring your... Ooh. Bring your king up, but no. You can't bring your king up. Black to play. Mate, force mate. ठीक है. Duda ने किया ना. Duda ने बढ़िया किया. He brought his king here. Duda said, I'm not as stupid as Sagar. I'm bringing my king. And he's brought his king in. Here. Very nice. He brought his king now and he will win this. This is easy. Easy. B3. मैग्नस का चेहरा देखो ना, लुक एट हिम, ही इज लाइक कि चांस है अभी भी, देयर इज चांस, ही स्टिल होपिंग. नो नो नो, Isama Patrick, this is not a draw. Here, I think just king b6 also wins, no? Why is he not playing king b6? Rook g7. King a5, rook g2. Acha, acha. Okay, okay. So he goes rook c8. What blunder? This is a mistake. The right move here was rook b8. So that if rook g7, you can take here and next move take here and then save this. Oh, rook c8. Now Magnus will draw. भाई ये गेम का अगर if we track the engine evaluation on a graph, it would be like mountains and mountains and mountains. The main thing is check going here and taking this. That's the point. Will Magnus find it? He has 1 minute to sort of. I think he will. He will. No, if you do this, say suppose I go here. I want to take this. Then you go back. Then I take here. Then this check. Go here. Don't tell me this pawn endgame is drawn. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Magnus full calculation mode here. Hundreds of variations going in his head. Full zoop, 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 zoop. He's thinking. Will he play it? Will he play it? No, he plays king d4. He makes a blunder. He makes a mistake. He makes a mistake. And now Duda must play king b6. ठीक है. Rook g7, very good. Rook g7 खेलो Magnus भाई. रुक को निकाल. What? Why is he sad? अरे Duda, you're winning. Why are you sad? You have to find rook c3. Duda, find this. हाँ, found it. क्या हो रहा है मतलब? Why so much emotions? Everything good, all good, all good. Take this and take this. Magnus is just gone below the frame in a. Now he's back. 10, 11 seconds. Rook h8, take now. Take this. If you give a check, I'll go here. If you give a check, he cuts him off. Now he's pushing here. King b5. Magnus check देगा. अभी चेक देगा तो वो अंदर चला जाएगा. Then he's winning. But now Magnus won't give a check. Okay. Now I think you have to go rook c7. So that when you go king here, yes, rook c7, good move. Okay, king d4. Can we go king a6 now? Rook c6 he played. Rook b6 coming. Wow. That is over now. I don't see how Magnus can hold this. With rook b6, it's over for sure. King d3. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. Rook b6 खेलो. Draw हो जाएगा. Rook c5. Good move by Duda. King d2. I think Magnus will keep staying here so that if rook b5 take ab, king c2, b6, king b2. This is winning. Khelo, khelo, rook b5 khelo. You're winning. Rook b5 is winning because you can take with the pawn. You'll be one step ahead. Very nice. If you take with the king, then king c2, a5, king b2, a6, king moves a7, b2, a1, a8, b1. Draw. But you take with the pawn and Duda has won this. Yeah, now take rook b3. Oh no, wait, rook b3 is some trap or what? Magnus has said. Rook b3, all okay. All okay. But also a very good technique is king b4. Take with the pawn. Take with the king. Yeah. King a3. And now take this. Time to resign. अरे नहीं, मैग्नस इज गोइंग टू गिव. हाँ अभी मारो. नहीं नहीं ना, मारो मारो. रुक c3 है. मारो मारो. Take it. Or better is to push. Rook c3. Resigns. Brilliant game. Brilliant. Brilliant. Duda with that smile on his face which says, I have fought amazingly well. Guys, brilliant chess on show. Okay, if I have to sort of recap the game in a nutshell, okay, I will say that this game started off from this point, this moment, and Magnus actually checking the game, trying to figure out where he went wrong. Let's also have our other two gladiators on the screen. It started off from here where Magnus first took on e4, okay, and then he gave up a piece, but he complicated it with c6. Then at some point he played f5, everything was okay. Rook g1, he went here. He had to take with the queen, which was also dangerous, but he played king g7, which was a blunder. Now Duda played excellently, finding this move c5 and knight b5. Magnus not happy with what has happened there. Removes his jacket and all. Knight b5, good move. Brilliant move, I would say. And it all seemed like it's over. But then he found rook d8. Take, queen takes. fe, bd7, rook f1, king e6. Okay. At this point, we were like, acha, game ho gaya. No, queen c3. Actually, the right move here was bd4 or bishop h6. I think just freeing up the queen for going this side. Also, bishop h6 stops rook f8. That's the main sort of his defensive idea. But he played queen c3, rook f8, took here, and now rook e1. Magnus started to sort of run. Okay. And now it was equal. It seemed like okay. And suddenly Duda blunders big time with this move. He simply forgets that this is check, king here, and he's losing. But then he takes here. And I think this was the moment where Magnus, if he would have taken like 10 seconds on the clock, he would have found king c6 and he would have actually won the game. After, because you cannot do anything now. There's if you give this check, you are losing the rook. Otherwise, you're losing the queen and the bishop. But he went king e6, and here came the brutal move actually. Brutal. Totally brutal. Queen b3. And the point is, if you take, check here, counter check. So he took with the queen. Actually, he took with the queen. If he took with the rook d1, king wherever he goes, let's say somewhere, I will figure out a way to give check, and I'll win the rook. So he took with the queen. And then, okay, Duda was winning. But Magnus again fought very hard. Again, as we know, he's a great defender. Great. Just epic defender. And finally, Duda found this very nice sequence of moves to sort of get a winning advantage in the rook endgame. I was wondering if this would win, yeah, directly king b6. This was easiest. Then rook b5 and then pick this up. He went rook d8. Now this was a blunder. So rook h7, he has counterplay here. But he went king d4, mistake. And now Duda actually did not give him any chance. This was nice maneuvering and very well done. Oh, क्या ही गेम. मजा आ गया. मजा आया कि नहीं दोस्तों? मजा आना चाहिए. No. It was not a COB game for sure. It was a very, very nice game. It was a very good quality game, and the mistakes were very nice. Okay, let me update the scores. Very instructive mistakes, I would say. Sagar bhai, what is Fair Play Sports? Fair Play Sports is a talent management company. तो क्या होता है दोस्तों कि generally, like let's say for example, any player who wants to sort of do well in his career needs funds, needs to be able to afford training, building a team. Also, at the end of the day, he wants to lead a life which is at least comfortable, So wants to make money, and it's very important that he gets support from sponsors. Now, sponsors are not really sitting out there for chess, at least, was saying that, oh, this is a great player, we should sponsor him because he has so many eyeballs on him, and if we support him, people will know more about our brand. This is generally how brands think, who want to sponsor. For example, there's a new company that comes into the market. Let's say, just take a mobile brand, say Oppo or someone, and they want to launch a new phone in India, and they're like, "Acha, what should be our strategy? Should we put out phones? We should go to every village and we should give people phones and they should use it. We should talk to them and all of this, and it takes so much years, so much time. How about we sponsor IPL?" And we become like, oh, we become the title sponsor. Then every ad comes there and the players are talking about our phone, and suddenly everyone who's watching it gets it. So in this way, brands are basically looking to sponsor, to support, so that their brand visibility grows. So chess is growing in India, in the world, and brands want to attach to it slowly and steadily. But right now, still, it's not like people are waiting for it. And so it makes sense to sort of collaborate or to work with a talent management company which has connections with many brands and with many companies, many. And it's not, I mean, I'm saying sponsorship is one of the main aspects of their work, but there's much more. There's PR. When you win, more newspapers should cover your victory, more channels, more everything related to it. So that's also included. But sponsorship is one of the main. And so these talent management companies do this well because they have many sports players under their umbrella. Like for example, Fair Play Sports has Saina Nehwal, uh, and Kashyap, some cricketers, many. And so then what happens is, then when Gukesh is also signed up, they are able to find more sponsors for him, which leads to him having not to worry about funds to sort of fund his career. And in this way, that's where um, that's the situation basically, that when Gukesh has been signed up by Fair Play Sports, this is what I understand from it, that he will have easier time to manage his finances and sponsorships. Arshdeep Singh, correct. Many are there. Aditya Sharma, the lineup of Tata Steel Chess India will be revealed, I think, by tomorrow or day after. No, Magnus is not eliminated. He has two more games left. He has 2.5 points jo score karega. He will win today's match. By the way, here Mamedyarov has got some play. Guys, I used to hate e4 e5. I'll tell you the truth. I used to hate it because I used to feel it's symmetrical, boring, dull. But it's very interesting. Now I love it. And someone has rightly said, when you hate something, it's very likely that you don't understand it well. Think about all the things that you hate. It's very likely that you don't have good knowledge in it. f5. So now you see how he manages to create play with white having a strong center. f5 takes. This is the position. Is Alireza playing? No. Is Hans playing? No. bg2. This is hanging. It's okay if you can go back. If you take rook here. Is financially chess a good career? I mean, if we look at player, it depends on whom you want to compare it with. For example, if you look at a player like all these young talents, they're all doing very well. Say, for example, Nihal, Prague, they have permanent sponsors. Prague has Ramco, Nihal has Akshay Kalpa. Then they win tournaments. These online events help. There's good prize money. I don't know, like clearly the amount of money that chess players can win by playing is growing steadily. Earlier there were lesser opportunities. With online events it's growing a lot. Like if you look at what Prague has won in this Champions Chess Tour, I believe it's some $100,000, right? Which is close to an 80-90 lakh rupees from Champions Chess Tour itself. Add to it the sponsorships, add to it the other events that he wins and so on. I guess a good year would mean somewhere in the range of 1.5 to 2 crore rupees per year, which is actually, I would say, a very, very good amount, which maybe a very top executive in some company would earn. So clearly, I mean, a lot of things have to come together for someone to earn so much, but there is decent money here. Prize money goes to the player, Shiva, not to the sponsor. Sponsor gets visibility. Sponsor has his own. I do not know of any such arrangement yet where the sponsor says I'm going to support you, and then whatever prize money you win, maybe I'll take a percentage out of it. I haven't seen such an arrangement yet, but it looks very logical. Yeah, it's like if a investor invests in your company and your company does well, you share your profits with him. Same way, if a sponsor supports you, then you share the profits with him, something like that. I was thinking on these lines, that a company, it's a good model to think of. For example, someone comes in and not with the top players, but says that, with all the GMs and IMs of the country, I'm ready to get into this model whereby I support them for X amount a year, and whatever prize money they win, I'll get, say, 50% of it, something like that. I don't know if it will work out. What do you think? Yeah, Chinese government, I mean, yes, those governments which are, investing in your progress. I think China does that they will give you all the things that you need for your chess, but in the end they'll take a part of your prize money. Yes, that's not sponsoring in Vinayak Agrawal. That's true. That's maybe called investing, maybe. Yes, Abhijit, that is true. It's no longer sponsorship. But it's an interesting idea. I mean, it's just something to may lead to chess fixing. Hmm. I haven't thought on that lines. Maybe. Rook f6, good move by Mamedyarov. Investing in talent. Shushrut says, I think sponsors look for more exposure. Correct. Correct. Sponsorship is definitely for more eyeballs. But just a possible. Best is to cap the overall support in lieu of endorsement, says Tejasvi. That's what they do right now. I think it was very nice to see, when I was in Mumbai for this Julius Baer event. I mean, I'm in Mumbai, but I went to that event where Pragnananda was playing a simul. He did this talk first of all. He came there, he spoke to Tanya. It was a wonderful talk. Then he did a blindfold, which is on our channel. Then he played 14 players in a simul. And then there was photos with, and there were the who's who of sort of uh, in in the company. They are very good friends were there. I mean, partners were there. They all really enjoyed spending time with Prague, taking pictures and so on. And I could sense that, he was, it was a sort of flaunting point for people to say, I played with Pragnananda. And I think that's value for a company there, that you are supporting someone who comes to your event. By the way, the game has started with Magnus and Duda. So I think that's another thing which I was always thinking, like, oh, this is, Anand does bring that to the table when he is sort of, he goes to an event and people get to play him. It's an honor somewhere that you get to play with Vishy. And I think that I could sense the same with Prague. I can now sense it happening with other players in India. So there's more people who have become these brands sort of in chess, which is very nice for the game of chess. C5. Okay, very nice. I used if you see my Nimzo Indian sort of course that I have on our channel, if you search it, it's basically a repertoire for black. You will find this line that I recommend. I suggest knight c6 now here, but I don't know what Duda will play. He goes d5 main line. Yes, Akshay Mohan, correct. He's seen the videos. Neeraj Sattikar says came here for chess getting lessons on marketing. No, chess is still the main thing. Chess is still the main thing. Vedant Singh says sponsors more care about their target audience via these chess talents. For example, in Hindi newspaper, we see 1 rupee Navratna oil ad, while English newspapers have jewelry diamonds ad. Interesting. Interesting. True. I know for a fact that when sponsors are looking at YouTubers or so on, they ask for um, what are the age groups that watch the channel, which areas watch the channel, and so on. So that I know. Target audience, exactly. Okay, Queen. No, it's called. What's the word? Is demographics, exactly. Yes, Pratap, exactly. Queen e2 played. Castles. Okay, careful now. By the way, if you play knight f3, which is slightly inaccurate, I believe. And then after cd, let's say cd, what's the move here that wins for black? See, just a small, it looks like a normal position, right? But suddenly something you miss and you lose. What's the move here for black? Simple move. Guys, think. Yes, b5. Absolutely right. And then there's this check and you lose the rook. Bishop has to move. So that was the very key point of this, and I guess found by Sai Krishna, Kunal, Saint Snipes, Amit, Gabbu, Shivansh, Jyoti Prakash, Satish Chandra, Arjun, Deven. Well done. So that's why he played Bishop B2. So now, by the way, very important game for Magnus because he's trailing by a point. Knight F3. And now what would be a typical way This is a very, very interesting moment. Okay, think about it this way. White has the bishop pair, correct? When he has the bishop pair, he would love open positions. E5. That was what I wanted to talk about. He would love open positions. But at the same time, White's king is in the center still, just for this move. And if the position opens up, like something like this, it's not only about the open king, it's also about the pawn structure a bit. It breaks the pawn structure. So chess is a lot about dynamics. You cannot really get fixated to one rule. Like you cannot say, oh, my opponent has the bishop pair, I must keep the position closed, I will play here this, and then I will not ever open the position, I'll keep everything closed. No, he will finally get e4, he will finally get d5, and he will open up. So you need to do it at the right time and change one imbalance to another. So here, although the position opens up, it becomes an open position, yet now these pawns are weak. So you have that imbalance in that sense. Neeraj Mishra says, hello Sagar bhai, how are you doing? Hope you remember me from Pizza Hut, Phoenix Market City. Yes, Neeraj, I remember. The way I remember Neeraj, by the way, h3, nice move by Magnus. Very, very important. You might think, ये क्या move है? क्यों है? ये क्या कर रहा है? The thing is, he's saying, if you want to take, now really the position is opening up for the bishops. It's amazing. You can't play it this way. I don't want my opponent to come and pin here and put more pressure in the center. That's what h3 is against. Duda can say e4 and sort of move the knight away. But now, later on, Magnus can go bishop a2 or bishop b5, push c4 and d5 and open up this bishop down here. Okay, so Magnus goes castles, h6. h6 I feel slightly slow, but okay. Anyway. Yeah, so when we met Neeraj Kumar at Phoenix Market City Pizza Hut, by the way, our favorite restaurant there. Not because it has great food or anything. We just, Amruta and I love Pizza Hut because we used to go there from our young days. We enjoyed it. And I think restaurants have to do a lot with memories than just the food. And so that is the reason why we enjoy going there. And then this guy comes up and says, hello, I watch Chess Base India. I watch the commentary. And I'm like, great. What's your name? And he says, Neeraj Kumar Mishra. Neeraj Mishra. And I'm like, oh, there is an IM in India. His name is Neeraj Kumar Mishra. Very, very strong IM. Very good. Not just a player, but a trainer as well. And that's how I remembered him. So I think another thing here is that when you make certain associations in your head, it's easier to remember. Like I think I have met many people over the last few months, but somehow if I can make some association with that person in some way, it's easier to recollect. But it's also difficult to remember the face then. I mean, it's anyway, memory is another topic to discuss later. But bishop b5 played, and now Magnus, putting pressure on c6, wants to win the e5 pawn. Hanish Parmar says Magnus ne blazer nikala, he's totally in sage mode. What is sage mode? But now, one second, guys, look at this. I can go back, but I can also take, queen takes, knight e5, put the knight in the center. And the point is I can take with the bishop because you can't take on f3. My bishop will jog back on f3. Acha, sage mode is in most powerful mode. Okay, in anime, yeah. Somehow, I have missed the anime thing in my life. Okay, and I'm just not able to now. Okay, this is equalish. Mamedyarov needs to win. He's 1 point down in the match. He must try hard. Oh, Magnus goes knight h2. Interesting. I'm not able to sort of right now motivate myself to look at anime. I don't know. Many people have told me you should. It's great. It's nice. But I don't know. I'm not able to. Aniket says don't get into Naruto. It's too addictive. Sunil Maurya says start with Naruto. You will never regret. Acha. Kumar K says hi Sagar. When are you coming to Bangalore? I'm not sure. Kunal K. Arka says सागर भाई you should really start a podcast channel. Feel you have many things to share with us. दोस्तों ये जो बुक का जो शेल्फ है I have always wanted to start something. I keep reading things. I keep on, and also the thing is, it's not only reading, right? It's also about doing those things with chess, trying to apply it in. So there are many interesting things that we have done, failed, so I definitely have a lot of things to at least share. Maybe not like the best things as such, or not an expert or something, but would love. But I don't know. I just feel like when is the right time to do it? When is I'm just right now. This is what is happening. Chess is so many things happening in chess. There's no time to start another channel, talk about it. So I try to integrate it whatever I know through my commentary and so on. But okay, one question here, guys. He wants to sort of play c4, a6, b5, maybe something on those lines, and close down the position. So we really need to be careful as Magnus. What would you play here as white to play? Correct. This is absolutely right. C4. Aryan, Kedia, Prashant, Jyoti Prakash, Abhishek, Richard, Srini, Pushkar, Bablu, Akshay, Rishi Sarda. Well done. You want to play c4 and then d5, and then your bishop opens up. This bishop is like then sort of Naruto, yeah. Although I don't know what it is, but I know all of you like it. A6, bishop a4, cd. Now bishop d4, attacking here. Very powerful bishop. I think this is how Magnus will continue. Aditya Golatkar says g4. Here g4, Aditya. Might be a bit too much with sort of only a few pieces here. अनिकेत से इट्स लाइक सकूरा राइट नाउ. देखो सब कुछ तो चैट से समझ में आ रहा है. गो टू शार्क गेम. इट्स एंडिंग. अनिक सेज रियली. It seems like this is going to go on for several moves here. At least it looks drawish. Takes. Now knight can come up. Oh, there's a check. Wait. When you are in Sandeep Maheshwari show, yeah, I've thought about it actually. If I should apply and maybe go there or something on those lines. There are many creators who go there. E4, nice move. But then what will I speak about? I would speak about, I mean, maybe one. Yeah, about chess, maybe yes. About why you did not become GM. Yeah, that's a good pro. Maybe it's a something to think about for sure. Knight a5 played. Yes, I want to actually, if I not Lex Friedman. So my next thing which I was doing right now was to actually go into these Lex Friedman podcasts and to watch them. With I started with Sam Harris today, then to watch this one. Um, yeah, c4 played. Very nice move. But I think Magnus not too happy with it because he feels like with a6, bishop a4, cd, bishop d4, queen c4, queen c4, knight c4, bishop f6, gf6. Pawn down, I don't see him getting too much because his knight on h2, it doesn't look great. So maybe he has to avoid queen trade here. But where? It's also not easy because this is hanging. So you must take, and then knight f1. But this is not enough compensation. And you can see how Duda exactly goes for that line very quickly. a6, bishop a4, cd, bishop d4. And I don't think he'll take now. Enemy says, talk about the secret of your hair. Manan Goel says, Lex Friedman is my favorite podcaster. I love his attitude towards the audience. He would talk the way he wants to. Knight f1. Magnus thinks he has compensation with bishop pair, but I think there is just enough compensation, no advantage. Compensation means that his pawn, that is a material deficit, is enough, like the activity of his pieces or the positioning of his pieces is just enough. It's not giving him an advantage. Let's see if he manages to do something. Now, guys, I want to ask you one thing. When b5 comes, your mind instantly goes towards moving this bishop because it's hit. Can you tell me another move apart from moving that bishop in the position? I want to sort of train you in this sort of thought process where when someone attacks you, you should not only think about moving that. It's kind of reactive thinking. Try to think in ways where you are doing something else also. Can you tell me? Very good. So rook c1, excellent. It's a good choice at least. If he takes, you take here the knight. Bishop f6, very good. That's also a good idea. Just, I mean, when he plays b5, that you can make this an intermediate move. But no one actually, and I'm very surprised that no one spoke about knight g3. Why not, guys? Because then you are attacking here. If he takes here, you take his bishop. So be careful. He can do desperado. Basically, attack counter attack when you do can turn into desperados. Okay. So let's say you are attacking, he's attacking you, you are attacking him. Now he's like, okay, if I take him, he'll take me. So what I'll do is I'll take here. Desperados. Try to understand the logic over there. Okay, now Magnus went bishop c2, bishop g6, a4, knight d5, ab. What I like about Duda is his calmness when he's leading in the match. He doesn't, no nerves, huh? There's no nerves. Rook db1 played. John Pradeep says you should do TEDx. It's very inspiring for someone with CA background to get into chess as a passion, dedicating 24 by 7 for this cause as well as supporting upcoming talents. Kudos. Actually, John, I have done a talk on my channel which is not as popular as why I did not become a GM. It is something on the lines of principles for successful something on those lines. I have put up success in professional career or something like that, principles for success in profession. And that is quite an interesting one. I think many points that I tried to speak, which I think try to believe in. Shaulan Mustafa says, not an Indian, but I have been very impressed with new prodigies and see a bright future for Indian chess. Who will take the world championship title in future? That's a question which many people are thinking about. By the way, right now your e4 pawn is hanging by attacking it twice. So the most natural reaction is to play f5. But once you play f5, notice this. Do you feel that some squares have become softer in the position? This is the thing you should feel. Which are the squares which have become softer? Anyone? Very quickly. E6 and G6. Very important because this pawn was controlling these two squares, correct? The moment it moved ahead, these squares became weak. And so the rook can enter, suddenly looking at these squares. And that's very cool, like bishop b3, looking here. So that's why you will see a very natural move like f5 is not played because of the weaknesses it creates, and rook e8 is preferred. The other game actually ended in a draw. They drew, which was what we were thinking would happen. H4 played by Magnus. Magnus understands these little facets. He wants to play h5. Aryan Kedia says, would you go for World Rapid and Blitz? I would love to, but we all don't know where it's going to happen. So few of the things which I would love for things to happen by this year end are firstly the Asian Continental right now, then DreamHack, death match in it, COTB, and just having a very nice event there. Then the finals of the Champions Chess Tour. In between, we want to do the Super Talents Cup, which is basically um, all under 13 players of India, like the next sort of talent wave in India to bring that forth to the people here, online event. And all the youngsters. So there's someone who's been very kind to support it, who has written to us, and we are planning that in November. Then to do Tata Steel Chess India, go to Kolkata, um, do the commentary with hopefully Samay, Tanya, everyone there, and then to do the Chess Super League, and then World Rapid and Blitz, and then the year ends. That's the plan, and also to build up on Chess Ranga, well, which is our platform where we want to sort of put up very interesting material, which is already there. By the way, I work on it quite regularly, daily almost, and new material there. And also to build up the Chess Base India Chess Club in Mumbai and in other places. Sarat Pawan, backer for Indian chess for 15 months. Thank you so much, Sarat Pawan. Says hello, Sagar bhai. And also women candidates in between. I forgot. Also, Global Chess Championship. I am hoping that someone from Canada will go there, and Asim is there, and maybe he will go there and try to cover Nihal playing there and so on. So that would be nice. And Humpy is going to play in the candidates, which is going to happen in November. And then there's this fall classic, right, which we'll cover because Vidit will play there and Raunak is playing in B group and so on. हाँ, काफी कुछ बाकी, वैसे तो 2 महीने ही बचे हैं बट काफी कुछ करना बचा है. Momentous says, when will Vedika chocolates be delivered if done on 17th October? So, the response which we received for Vedika chocolates was quite huge. I think more than 350 or so packs have been ordered. So, yeah, she is busy. She and her family are busy making them, and I believe it will be. It will take. She's planning that all those orders which came before 19th afternoon, like today afternoon, would be sent by 22nd, 23rd, so you can enjoy it during Diwali. That's the plan. So bishop h7. Magnus does have some pressure, but from where to break through? 92, knight c3 might be one idea. Yeah, World Rapid and Blitz are generally very much unplanned. Very much unplanned. Asian Continental mein, are you coming to Delhi? Devashish says. No, I'm not coming, but Aditya and Shahid will be there. They both will come there. Oh, Bishop G7 says Vishal Pai. Vishal, very interesting because you are attacking this. But now think in the terms which we have just seen. See, the blast happened here, correct? So your first instinct is that I should look at that side of the board. But also think about it that this is hanging. So how can you react to it by which it will create problems? So black to move. No, Ajanta Jai Singh, if you come to c3, he'll just take it with his bishop. That's not right. Dr. Shanky says, why don't you travel to cover tournaments like pre-COVID era? No, I do. I traveled a lot. I have been, but now there are more events happening and I can't do it alone. So, and also there is streaming. I wouldn't be streaming so much in the pre-COVID era. So there is more things to handle. But I will go to Kolkata, Tata Steel Chess India. I'll go to World Rapid and Blitz. So yes, 93. Arjuna here, but I would prefer a better move than that. That is knight b4. That is by Tanmay, Parvati, Now 90s, Swapnil Telang, Vishal Singh, and Zurich Infotainment. You are attacking here. This is also hanging. So you saved this guy. And by the way, he went bishop b3, knight b4. Okay. He took, takes back, rook dc1. I think Magnus is getting ready to sort of play for a draw now. I guess so, because say rook ec8, rook a4, knight d3, rook c4, rook c4, rook c4. This looks very drawish. Okay, maybe white has small pull because his pieces are well positioned. But the pawns are all on one side of the board. It doesn't seem too much. Maybe small edge for white. Bishop e5 played by Magnus. Hari Teja says, I'm not able to log into Chessranga. Is it locked? So Hari Teja, try to log in from academy.chessbase.in. From there, you should be able to do it. Devashish says, World Rapid and Blitz to Zarur Zana. It's one of the best things to come out of Chessbase India. On the go interviews with Magnus. Yeah. We have to do it third time, right? Magnus, as he said last time, if you don't do it 3 times, it's not a tradition. I've done it twice, now third time. This time we'll do it. Like Vidit Anish death match, there was a boxing themed arena. What are the plans for Gukesh Arjun? Atu Patulatu says. So firstly, we are going to make the same sort of the belt for the winner, which is kind of the tradition, like Anish sort of doing this, and we are going to have that one. I don't expect Arjun or Gukesh to sort of uh, put that in the air or something, but so that is one thing. Uh, we were thinking about, of course, there won't be a boxing ring here, considering that it's happening inside DreamHack and there are more events. But we were thinking of doing something interesting. There was one idea to do a sort of a warrior themed one, like you have these characters in Game of Thrones and so on. So Amruta has been working on it, but I don't know, maybe we'll stick to. Oh, by the way, don't move your rook here, it's a checkmate. This is a very unique back rank mate where you have created a luft but it's filled in by a piece. So if you come up, it's a mate. So we want to think about that. And also, yeah, it's also because Arjun is there. There is this sort of, he's like a warrior. The name is like a warrior, so that was one idea. But we could also do the boxing theme again. And also this trophy this year, we want to do it slightly different than last year. That way. Nikhil Dixit says, just book train tickets to Hyderabad. Let's go. Arey, Nikhil Dixit, that would be a great. I think Nikhil is a very, very strong player. Not I think, I know. He is 20. His highest rating was about 2300. So, very happy that you are coming. Nothing would be more apt than Bahubali theme. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's possible, but. Tirth Patel says Duda has an edge because he has the passer. Where? Where is Duda's passer, Tirth? And Prabodh says Hyderabadi biryani as prize. Mm. Yeah, the famed Hyderabadi biryani I should try this time for sure, along with Samai, because of course Samai the biggest connoisseur of biryanis. Uh, I tried it once, I think. I was there in Hyderabad for like a week or so during my 1 year trip. And that, I mean, it depends a lot where you eat it, right? It's not just that you will get it nice everywhere that you go. It was okay when I ate it. Rook c8, king g8. Okay, the draw is incoming now. But maybe Magnus is not happy. You see, Magnus is trying to create some play here while Duda is creating some play with his rook and knight. Ooh, knight e2. Magnus going in for something more. If he starts taking a bit more risk here, it can get nasty. But his point is after knight f2, maybe go king g3, knight d3, knight d4. And he's just telling Duda that look, your bishop is out of the game. My knight is coming in. My rook is already there. My bishop is there. I will create some kind of play against your king. Ah, yeah. Samay has lived in Hyderabad, so he is, of course, he's a local. Duda getting worried, but by the way, guys, Duda is worried because he wants to get his bishop back in the game. He wants to get it where f5, but knight d4. Maybe bishop. I think this is a good idea to get the bishop back, because once you are greedy and let's say this knight comes in, it can get nasty. It can get nasty. And I like how Magnus is taking his chances. The only downside is that Duda has 4 minutes. If Duda had like 1 minute right now, this was a very, very difficult position, I would say, with even with this reduced material. Go to Paradise Restaurant in Sikandrabad. It's the best biryani place. Okay. Oh, by the way, Duda brave takes it. I think Magnus will go King G3. He'll attack this knight. Look at Duda there. He's tired or what? Or maybe just nothing. Himanshu says Delhi mein karo na. A lot of people have requested to do something in Delhi. I'm sure we'll do it someday in Delhi. But firstly, guys, go to Asian Continental. All those who live in Delhi, you will have Prag playing there. You will maybe Gukesh might play. There's also Vaishali. There's Tanya playing there. It's going to be an epic event. There's also Uzbek players coming. घाटकोपर के अचीजा में खाओ मस्त. वहाँ यहाँ पाव भाजी is famous of Achija, but not. So knight takes f2, and he goes. What did he play? By the way, knight f4 he played, and check and knight d3. I'm telling you guys, this is not simple. Knight e6. I think he wants to take here. Let's see how Magnus puts more pressure. I'm very interested to see knight e6. Okay, good move. Rook h5, I guess. He must take. There's no other move. He takes. He takes. Now Magnus has to decide. Okay, knight g7 is a blunder. You guys see it, right? Asad Bek Begmatov says, who are coming from Uzbekistan. I think Yakuboyev Nodirbek name I read. Abdu Sattarov is not coming, but I think Sindarov is there. Maybe 3 out of the 5 players of the Olympiad team are playing, I think. Yes, Anuvrat Saxena, if you have the gamer pass of DreamHack, you will get access to, I think you basically, if that pass has the access to the entire DreamHack, then chess is also there. Yes, of course. Oh, brilliant. Love it, chat. Everyone has given the same move. No other moves. Ranjit Chess Codes, Vishal Adarsh 404, Abhishek, Arjun, Prashant, Jai, and Anonymous. Maybe one of the rare times in which no one even made a mistake of notation. King h8 played. It was easy, but एक आध जन तो कुछ गलत लिख ही देता है. Rook f7, and now very important, there's a, if you go king g8, rook f8 is a mate, so you can't do that. Amit Gupta says, Sagar bhai, what are your Diwali plans? Diwali meant a lot a few years ago. Like the entire house would be lit up, and actually it was mainly my mother who would do those things. Here we would have rangoli. There would be also a lot of food made. different things. Now, at least from the last couple of jab pandemic was there, Diwali was of course not celebrated so much, and now this year I don't know. There are too many things that are lined up. There's also, by the way, one project I forgot to mention. Amruta's doing this secret project, which she's told me not to reveal. I would have, if it was something I was doing, like I would have revealed it. But she's like, no, we'll reveal it later. So yeah, I can't. But it's really nice. We're planning to do it on release it on 14th of November, and hopefully that's going to be very important for us. So that will also take up our Diwali time. But yeah, I'll visit my parents. We may try and go to Pune, where no, there's no future Shah secret or anything. It's just some very nice thing she's creating. She alone, yeah. Yes, it's children related. It is something which came as an idea to her. We discussed about it. Then we began working. It was interesting. It's quite boring to sort of not being able to reveal it. I don't generally. I try to reveal whatever I I can't keep it, but okay. I'll respect Amruta's wishes here. H4. मास्क एनएफटी से ये बोल देगा, नहीं 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 बोलूंगा, नहीं बोलूंगा. Kira says I can't log in or sign up on Chessranga. Kira, just go to academy.chessbase.in. It should be working, no? Yes, yes. It's related to chess, of course. No, this is drawn. Yeah, this is too less material. Both sides have pawns, but too little. आदित्य इन द चैट से सब्र का फल मीठा होगा दोस्तों. राइट. एनालॉजी बनाओ आराध्य से. नहीं, इसमें कोई एनालॉजी नहीं बना सकते. Do you play fire? No, I actually never played with firecrackers. That's the thing. I think also, guys, don't you think firecrackers, the usage has reduced in general? I mean, when I was like, they're used right now, it wouldn't be quiet. There would be like boom, 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 everything. Maybe the newer generation of kids, they are not as excited about bursting crackers as when other people were young. Like I never did it. The only thing I did was I had this gun, which you get these red sort of things and you put in it and then tuck tuck tuck, which was pretty low quality and would always break in 2-3 days. Something like tickly gun or something. Correct. My grandmother gave me a very vivid description of crackers when I was young. She said, why are you sort of putting fire to money or something like that? Crackers like that. And then I stopped. I mean, I didn't stop, I didn't start at all, but I didn't feel like doing it ever. Pakka Gujju. No, it's just a personal choice. Of course, there are people who love it, enjoy it. It's also a bonding thing for many. I know near Marine Drive, people just come and they set things up and have these nice Diwalis, there's some firecracker show and something happening and stuff like that. It's nice. I'm just not a big fan of it. हाँ, आर्यन कुमार से सागर भाई दिवाली पे सबसे मिलने को मिलता है वो बेस्ट लगता है मुझे. दैट इज ट्रू, दैट इज ट्रू. देयर इज दिस न्यू ईयर ऑल्सो that is celebrated in Diwali after, I think it is after Diwali or before Diwali one day. And Sal Mubarak is what everyone says. And my at my place there used to be a thing made which is called undiyu. Um, I don't know how many of you have tried it, and I think my mother makes it really well. So that was one. Okay, by the way, must win game for Mamedyarov, and he has started off with the same line G c6 d5. Did he also go a4 now? No, knight c3 this time. Last time he had played a4, but he goes knight c3, takes e4. Very typical Mamedyarov stuff. a5, queen e2, b5. Rapport doesn't care, he wants to also win, it seems. Rook d1, knight d7, bishop f4, b4, knight to a4, bishop a6, queen c2, b5, and knight to d2, with the idea of taking on c4, knight b6 played. But I think Mamedyarov can already claim a huge edge, no? This is a bad move by Richard, because I think the move that Richard should have done was c3, take, and maybe e5 with take and knight g4, something in this lines where it's very complicated. But when he plays a move like knight b6, now it's very clear, like you can take, and just take on c4, which Mamedyarov has done, and he's just totally better. This pressure here, maybe rook a c1, cool move. Ritvik Patel says inner Gujju drooling when I heard Undhyo. Are Easter Babu Gudapatti. Are what a name. By the way, did they draw already? No, they're still playing. Magnus still wants to play, but risking it, huh? थोड़ा थोड़ा रिस्क ले रहा है वो, हार ना जाए. Hi Sagar, I don't know why I'm watching and following chess even though I don't understand anything. There's some magic in chess. Easter Babu, just go to academy.chessbase.in and do the first chapter. First, oh, this is nice. I think he must take now. Take and take this. Because otherwise this king might come in. And then there might come a check and then it can get very nasty. Magnus here has to be careful. Anshul Mahant has, you have your last paper of Sanskrit tomorrow. All the best, Anshul. I do not know much Sanskrit. Otherwise, I would have wished you in Sanskrit. Did you see Savian picking up Hans's king yesterday in the middle of the game? Oh, he takes here on e3. And Magnus is like, what? Does he want to play bishop versus... Oh, nice. Actually, it's gone, right? Like, for example, if king e3, there is check and you lose the rook. If bishop e3, very important move, king g4. Now the rook does not have too much space. If you go rook f3, there is rook b2, you will lose the rook. If you go rook h2, there is check. You have to go rook h1, but then I think check again, right? King g1, and yeah, there's a forced trade happening. It's a draw. No, if someone can put the link of that article on ChessBase India, which Himank has just written. He wrote about that entire incident very nicely. I think this is how it will end. Check, king g2, h3, rook h3, check, bishop f2, rook f2, king h3. Oh, he just took it there. He's just like, okay, ये सब क्या चाहिए? I know the basics, but I love watching rather than playing, especially your streams. Thank you, Easter. Tanay Bhagwat says, Sagar, I mean, Boston, and will be coming to India in December. Will probably come to the Phoenix Market City Chess Club. Please do, please do. It's wonderful to see when people come to the club. Really enjoyable. So now the score is, by the way, fantastic play by Duda. He's not giving an inch to Magnus. 2-1 he's leading. And we'll go into now the final game where Magnus is must win. And here Mamedyarov in must win. He's doing it. He's got an advantage out of the opening. He's playing well. Magnus needs to win on demand. Correct. How many days in the semi? Today is the last day. Finals is 2 days. Jonathan Ebenezer says, if I order the chocolates now, when will I get it by? Jonathan, most likely if you order the chocolates now, you will get it in maybe 1st of November or 2nd of November. That's very likely. 078 says no 078 Sankar, all players have not been updated, so you don't need to worry. I have been in touch with them and they have mentioned that they are still trying to put up. So I think post Diwali things will become smoother, like in the next 4-5 days. But for sure, I mean, when you booked it, you have the proof and your entry is confirmed. So whoever has booked it for DreamHack, if your name is not on chess results, you're there, don't worry. Okay, so I mean, I wanted it that the chess results are updated every day with the new names. It should be nice for all of you, but there are some glitches because there are 3 ticketing partners and so on, and then on that front. But if you have signed up, you are there, don't worry. Amit Gupta says, how do you take care of your eyes when you have so much screen time? I do not actually. I have this very interesting thing which I bought when I went to Atmantan. So the idea is to put water in this and then sort of put your eyes like this in it. Maybe there are some experts in the chat who can say if this is a good thing to do or not. But it feels good when you do it. पिछले 10 मिनट ऑफ स्ट्रीम था, रूट पता कर लिया लीला होटल का इकोनॉमिकल फॉर एशियन कॉन्टिनेंटल. अरे वेरी गुड देवाशीष, फैंटास्टिक. Rachit says, how do you evaluate Nihal's chances against Aronian? Considering Aronian plays risky chess full of bluffs and Nihal takes it, I think Nihal definitely has great chances. If he can beat Ding Liren in this manner that he did, I don't see him to be a underdog in the match with Aronian, especially in online chess, especially when I think Nihal is one of the best. You know, it's such an amazing thing to have players in your country where they are not the underdogs at something that you are following. It's very, I mean, you guys might have followed cricket, and we used to see it when there was Sachin and he was the only sort of performing player for many years, not many years but in many events, and he would get out and then we would all be like, chalo band kar dete hai TV and something like this. And in chess also for several years Anand was the only one playing at sort of the elite level, and now slowly and steadily you will see these youngsters coming up. Everyone, you know, when Nihal faces Ding Liren, you are all glued saying that, oh, maybe Nihal will win. Like earlier, it was unthought of that India number 7 would beat a world number 2 in any format. So that's a very nice thing. I think nice development. What days do we have chess club in Phoenix? Will we have it during November? All Saturdays, Atif. And on the 4th Saturday of each month will be the tournament. But you have to attend the first 3 Saturdays. This time, the tournament that is happening on 22nd, we prepared for it very well. And it's going to be very nice. Supriya, who is our head of marketing, and sales. She's the one taking care of the entire event, and she's done some really nice things. And we are hoping that it will be a great event that will help you guys to play. And what we are planning, and I don't know if that has worked out, I have to confirm with her, was to get clocks for all the boards of the tournament, but also for the club which is happening on other boards, because the tournament, maybe there are 60 participants or so. So there will be around 20 boards which will be normal chess club that will happen, and there also we'll put clocks for people to come and play so that they can practice with clocks as well. Look at Explore with Dr. Anjan has sent a full recipe saying full pulp of amla in 3 small mud pots for 3 days. Then start to eat 1 pot every day. Refill it every day. This can mitigate eyes number within 6 months. Acha, very interesting. Anshul Mahan says, Sir, I'm not able to sign in at Chessbase. It says email not found. What can I do? Anshul, if you can write it to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com, we will solve your issue. What exactly is your problem? Which website are you not able to? Chess Code says, I've recently started writing some articles. Have written about my experience of deathmatch between VD and AG. Arey, very nice. Also about Olympiad. Wanted to come to Hyderabad, but my leave did not get approved. Arey, Chess Codes, I hope somehow you can manage it. It would be great. And if you can send me those articles on chessbaseindia@gmail.com, we would love to publish it on chessbase.in with your name and so credit and so on. Would be nice if you can share it with us. Deathmatch rematch rename to Last Man Standing. That's also possible, but I think we like the deathmatch name somehow. It's sort of, it's like once you first name something, then it picks up, people start talking about it, and then you feel like, okay, now this is the name. You don't want to change it. Chess Code says, thank you, Sagar. I've sent it already. We'll send it again. Okay, Chess Codes. Maybe we missed it. If you can send it again. नहीं है अपन ले ये है enough है. Himang Ghosh says, did you watch one of the first death matches in chess between Ben Feingold and Simon Williams? Legendary stuff. Oh, by the way, what a move by Richard Rapport. Guys, you all say he's not creative and he's playing dry chess and all of that. But how does one find a move like knight d5 in like 2 seconds? Crazy. And this tactic happens more often than I have seen. This is a fantastic tactic. Like this is here, this is here, this is here, this is here. Okay. Now if the pawn comes here or here, it's a pin. So you move a piece here so that the pawn takes, this opens up. Too good. And the main thing is that it's not even forced to take, but otherwise you'll lose this bishop. So a move like this really sort of kills the vibe for white. He's doing really well, but all of a sudden, he exchanges. Thank you. Probir Nandi So Vedika chocolates, we are trying to see if we can ship it outside India. We have received a few people who have written from different places across the world who wanted it. So we are trying to see and also checking with Vedika if that is possible. If it will be, if you can just drop in a mail to us, we will then respond to everyone back with if that is possible to do. Oh, we have Suhani Shah calling. Let's talk with her. Hello, Suhani Shah. I'm on stream. Yes, hi.
You free? Are you on stream?
Yes, I'm on stream.
Oh, you're on stream.
Yes, I'm
Then should I
streaming.
call you later?
Okay, sure. How was your
When?
how was your
I called
show?
you for that only.
Okay, okay. I will call you after my stream
Let
gets
me see
over.
you on stream. When is you? I can't see you live.
I'm Chessbase India, not Sagar Shah. There's no channel
Oh,
like
sorry. Yeah, I searched Sagar Shah. Wait.
mentalist.
Sorry, I
Who's the
forgot.
mentalist now?
Final Vedika chocolates दिवाली सेल दिख रहा है मेरे को तो.
No, it is Magnus Carlsen versus Duda and so on.
Aimchess Rapid. No, this is not that. Oh, this is only. Am I on speaker?
Yes.
Guys, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. What are you doing? Did your chat see the video that we created where you were showing beginning moves?
Yes. Chat, did you see it? Guys, if
Chat,
you
tell me.
वाह ये क्या अलग ही टाइप का ये स्ट्रीम जहाँ पे यू आर टॉकिंग टू चैट वाया दो
मतलब मेरे को ना ऑडियो ने मैं देख रही हूँ सामने मैं ऑडियो ऑफ करके चैट पढ़ रही हूँ चैट आई एम रीडिंग सो व्हाटएवर यू वांट टू टेल मी प्लीज राइट इन द चैट
हाँ guys, if you like the Suhani learn one e4 and one d4, did you learn something from it? Would you like Suhani to sort of help you guys get better at chess?
हे भगवान सब कुछ में बेटर नहीं होना मेरे को सागर शाह
नहीं आप नहीं, वो आपके थ्रू वो लोग बेटर हो रहे हैं.
Yeah.
It was
Excited
great.
for Saturday show. I am super. Sagar, you're coming for the Saturday show, na?
हाँ, so Saturday show, how many of you are coming from here, guys? So Suhani will
Guys,
complete
sold out है show भाई मत तो करो ज्यादा कुछ मेरे पास कुछ है
25
नहीं.
years of her
Yes.
performing sort of magic, mentalism, and so on. She started when she was 7 years old on 22nd of October 1997. And now, 25 years later, she's doing a show in one of the most epic venues of Mumbai. It's what is it called?
That's true.
Royal Opera
Royal
House.
Opera House.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's a 550 seater, which is a kind of uh, uh, pretty
It's a very big venue.
pretty
Yeah, but
small,
it's a
right?
decent venue.
Considering that
It's a decent venue. हाँ.
1000 लोग आप आराम से आपका हो जाता है and so on.
Yep.
So why?
But ठीक है, the venue is iconic. That's important.
Yeah.
मतलब उससे ज्यादा seats तो हम अहमदाबाद हैदराबाद में बेच रहे हैं, but the idea is that we are doing it at Royal Opera. I think you have to see the show, Sagar Shah. The setup and everything is very high production. It's super cool. I would have told people, but it's like sold out. I can't even say much.
Yeah.
But मस्त होने वाला है.
Yeah, maybe you
And
guys.
there's an after party. Sagar Shah, there's an after party.
How?
After the show, there is an after party where all creators meet.
Vivek Desai is going to stream on his channel after party. Generally, after parties are on his channel.
It's a good after party.
Is it like in real life after party?
It is a good after party where you see big creators.
Oh really? Who are the ones who are coming?
Many are there. There's
For example,
Pat, Urmila. There is the entire SATUL group, Scout, Mortal, Sid.
wow.
Then there is Munawar. Then there is Ruhi Dusani. Then there's Sagar Shah.
Arey, thank you.
There is
Small
main guy
creators.
Sagar Shah. Then there might be some people coming from Delhi,
Oh, nice.
which we are like tickets booked there, but we are not sure. So that is there.
Wow, so it's a very big show and it'll be fun, and I think people will vlog about it and so on. So I think also people back home will get to see parts of it. Not the
I
show,
mean,
but
you can't, yeah,
the
you
after
can't see
party.
the show,
The
but
after
yeah,
party.
after party and all can be out.
People are saying show
Show Suhani
Suhani
to
to
us,
us.
people. Yeah, so guys, no, you guys get to see Magnus and the other three, I don't know, and
Ma-
my voice.
you know, Magnus right now is playing
Yeah.
against Jan Sistov Duda, and Duda is a very like a world class player. And
So
right
Duda
now,
is the one with long hair or the white shirt?
no, the white shirt next to Magnus. And
Got it.
Duda has beaten Magnus today, so he's 2-1 up. This is the
Oh.
final game, and Magnus is in a must win, with that too with black pieces. So it's not going to be easy for Magnus to win.
So if he wins, it'll be 2-all.
Then it will go in tiebreak.
Got it.
But if he loses this or draws, then Duda goes to the finals.
That'll be huge for Duda, no?
Yeah, huge, huge. Duda is
And
the
all these
one.
other two
Duda is the
on
one
the
who beat Vidit yesterday. He's very strong, and also the other two
I
is
just remembered our last night conversation.
yeah.
Day before yesterday night conversation.
Mamedyarov is the above, and Richard Rapport is next to him. So these are also all world class players.
So are they also playing the game or they're
Yeah,
reviewing?
yeah, they are playing. They are also playing, and so it's a
So you
semi-finals.
are
No,
streaming basically showing people two matches.
correct.
Nice. Interesting. Very
Cool.
interesting. When are you going to get free now? Tell me
Yeah,
that.
I'll finish this, and once I finish, I'll call you if you are awake. Then we can talk.
Yeah, I'm having a shoot right now, so I'll finish that one.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, chat, hit that like button. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye. See you soon. Guys, that was Suhani Shah, who is one of India's best mentalists out there, and a very uh, prominent YouTube creator as well. You can go and check her channel. She does some phenomenal work on her channel. Very nice stuff. सुहानी के आने पर 100 लाइक्स बढ़ गए सही अरे पथिक जी थैंक यू वेरी नाइस ओके so rook takes b3 taken here and I think Mamedyarov still pressing. It's very difficult for him to win this position because it's all pawns on one side, but there is a realistic chance he's not going to give up, and this is a very good situation to be in when you're playing for a must win. You can press on and on. He'll do that. Going to this position here, e5 played by Magnus. By the way, guys, remember there is a way to play the King's Indian with e5 here. Let's say, and then what happens is white many times takes this queen and it leads to a very dull, dry position. So that's the reason why Magnus went knight b d7 first. And then he wants to play e5. So castles e5. Bishop e3, rook e8, attacking here, queen to c2, which is attacking e4 pawn, h6, and rook a d1. So I love how Duda has played this. And by the way, guys, not in a million years will Duda give this bishop up. I was just going to put my house on stake, but anyway, he played bishop c1. Siddharth Ranadev says, I went for a couple of hours and I missed a couple of games. Siddharth, did you see game number 2? It was the best. Vedant says, Suhani OP, her positivity is infectious. For sure. Very lively. Very bubbly, and she has done chess and so on, many stuff. So it's very nice how she managed to also learn a bit of chess during the lockdown from Jamil Jan. Siddharth, you have to check that game. That end was fantastic. The way in which Magnus got swindled there. It was too good. Chess Gambit says, why didn't he give up that bishop? Okay. When your opponent has a fianchetto bishop, which is pretty good, and your opposing bishop, you should give it up very carefully for something that is very valuable. Let's imagine that you play h3. I've seen many people do that. They say knight is 3 points, bishop is 3 points. Why should I worry? If you take, I'll take back. But what happens is, in return, now this bishop becomes an absolute monster. And it's very difficult to trade it off at any point. Like if you had a bishop here, you could have moved the queen and traded it off. And such positions, black gets a very nice advantage. And this happens very, very often in many different lines. Like for example, if I see some beginners, they play Sicilian, e4, c5, knight c3, d6, g3, knight c6, bishop g2, g6, d3, bishop e7, knight e2, knight f6, castles, and they play bishop e3 just as an example. And when their opponent goes knight e3, they just give up this bishop, like they play h3. And you're like, what? Why are you giving this up? This is like, now my bishop is going to be super strong. So you shouldn't do that. What you should do is you should maybe move it to g5, move it back to d2, kick the knight away, and then get your bishop. Or the other thing is, many people do h3 here, stopping this and getting your bishop here. Okay, now the game has moved on. After knight g4, as we said, Duda saved this. c6, d5 on the board, threatening to take and then attack d6 pawn. c5, g3, knight to f8 played. Okay, nice move. Himang says Ethan Vas is leading Asian youth under 12, 6/8. Tomorrow is final round. Yes, that's true. Also, Himang, this young boy, why am I forgetting names? Madhvendra Pratap Singh. He is right now on 7.5 out of 8. I think he's a really a huge talent to watch out for. There's one interview that Aditya had done with him in, I think it was under 10 nationals in Jammu. He had finished maybe second behind Vivan Shah. And that boy gave a very confident interview in Hindi. He was so cute, so nice. I'm very excited for these young talents. Guys, all of these players like Prag, Gukesh, Arjun, Nihal, Raunak, Leon, many others who are GMs, Inyan, Arjun Kalyan, Prithu, many youngsters, Bharat Subramaniam, Pranav V, they are already grandmasters, and I'm sure that they are now well set in terms of not everything, but at least in some ways they know what their aims are and so on. But there are these young talents, like for example, let's say Ilam Parthi was one of them. There are other youngsters. By the way, I forgot Pranav Anand in the GM category. There are other young talents who are very strong, like Ethan Vaz, then Gautam Krishna. There is Madhvendra Pratap. There is Vivan Shah. All these youngsters, they are still very young, and I think it's this phase where they need sort of support. The right players need the right support, right guidance. And I think if India manages to do that, then this sort of momentum which we have right now keeps going. New talents are kept created, are created on and on, and then it becomes like an unstoppable force. So this is one of the key things that I want to ensure happens, that I would be very happy if you guys support, which many of you have via the Help Chess Foundation in different ways. There are many people who support, so thank you all for that. By the way, is Rapport losing? Whoa! Oh my goodness. What happened here? Actually, it was roundabout equal g5. Not equal, but I mean, he was pressing, but g5 turned out to be the critical error because of f5. He just got, I think, tired there. Check, king here, f6, good move. E6. Oh my god, we are going into the tie breaks here. We are going. Okay, so you go knight f8, knight h4 here. Magnus, by the way, there we'll go into the tie breaks. You can see Shak looking very confident. f3, knight h6, bishop e3, knight h7. One of the things that Magnus is trying to do is keep a complicated position on the board. If you have all the pieces on the board, all the pawns on the board, you are not going to land up into a drawn position. Very simple position. He's playing around with it. So while the engine clearly suggests that Duda is better, Magnus is hoping for the fact that with so many pieces on the board, it should not there should be scope of trying to sort of outplay his opponent. That's what he's hoping for. And I think now he'll go king h7 because yes, he played it. He wants to go bishop f6 and attack this knight, but his knight was hanging. So now he will do this. Yeah, 18 moves and not a pawn traded, but maybe now a pawn trade incoming. Mamedyarov has won it, guys. After this, because e7 was coming in and then the queen, so he's resigned. Look at this bishop, the poor fate of this bishop. And now the score in this match is 2-2. Rapport versus Mamedyarov. And we are going into the tie breaks. Very exciting. Very exciting. Well played, Mamedyarov. To win on demand, never easy. Duda plays rook b1. Ajay says, what do you think Sagar Bhai Vidit is following these games now? I don't know if he's following the commentary, but he will definitely look at these games. And I think every professional player generally finds time to look at these top level games because it's one of the parts of their being updated with what's happening. And it's an important facet of their preparation. Magnus's position does look bad, but he's improved it very well. And this is one very nice maneuver he did, which is this knight. Look at this. Look at his knights, okay? This knight came from g8 to f6. This one went to d7, okay? g4. This one went to f8. Then it went to h6. Then this one went to h7, g5, h3. This one now went to g8 back. So it went like this. It went back, while this guy went here, 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 and here. And then he managed to exchange his bad bishop. Because his bishop is limited by its pawns, he plays bishop h6 and exchanges it. Knight f6, and this is the position. मलाया रंजन साहू से सागर भाई मिडनाइट क्रेविंग्स करा देते हो आप बटर मिल्क पी के. अरे भाई बटर मिल्क ही तो पी रहा हूं. Actually, it's made in the afternoon, but I generally don't drink it when I have commentary, so that it can help me at night. And you know, one of the biggest issues I have faced in keeping myself awake is I have found that I need to, if I want to keep myself awake, many times I have to eat. Even that doesn't work. I'm many of the times I eat and sleep, but that has really, like, I've tried to lose weight, like be fit, eat limited, but when these commentary sessions happen and I need to stay awake, sometimes I keep eating to stay awake, and that really is not good. Like I'm not able to get that target of reaching 70 kgs and so on. Like right now I'm what, 73. I need to lose 3. Where would be 2? और रक्षित से हॉस्टल में हूँ, कुछ खाने को भी नहीं है. बट रक्षित, you have a girlfriend, so you can call her and just talk to her. Like Rakshit always likes to write in chat. My girlfriend's also watching and so on. So आयुब से मोरबी वाला से मंगाना पड़ेगा वीकेंड में. सिद्धार्थ से सागर भाई सेम वेट सेम टारगेट. अरे बढ़िया. Right now I think Magnus has got the kind of position he would like, because he has his pieces well positioned, his bishop is actively posted, it's doing a good job. Oh, he goes g5, and his opponent here could have gone here, but after takes, it seems like black is fine. You know, this knight is a beautiful blockader of this pawn, would never let this bishop out, and e4 can come in certain positions. So that's the reason why here knight g2 was played by Duda. My height is 5'8". आशीष जैनम से सागर वाइज चॉकलेट कब आएगी? मंगाई है, बट कब मंगाई है आशीष? बिकॉज इफ यू हैव ऑर्डर्ड इट बिफोर टुडे आफ्टरनून, it will come before like 22nd 23rd. If you have ordered it right now, very likely towards the end of this month. King g7 played. Ayub says, isn't there a fear that this knight will get trapped? Look, he went and exchanged it. But also it was not possible to trap it because the bishop always looked at it. And also there was g4 that could have supported the knight. So knight g1, I think Duda is doing this really well. And also the point of this is that you can't really take this because of check. That's an intermediate check there. If you can't take it, you have to defend this. So knight h7 has to be played. Then he will take, I guess. Bishop takes. And now the bishop maybe is not so, like, you can go f4. I like white's position here. Magnus has gone knight h7. And I think Magnus is struggling here to win. Magnus is struggling. Out of Creation says chess channels initially face lots of struggle in growing at such a level. Were you also at some point frustrated because of it and thought of giving up YT? No, I never thought of giving up YT, and it doesn't frustrate me because I think there was always multiple reasons why we were doing YouTube. It was for not just views but also to sort of spread awareness, to reach more people, to tell them about chess and so on, and to also empower the chess players. Like, sort of, you know, when they do well, there is a place to put out things, and also to teach people. So we always have found that people who were interested in the game of chess have always followed it. You know what we have done. So for example, even when we were very small, the channel was not very big, top players of the country would follow it because we would interview them, we would interview young talents and so on. So we never really felt like we should we should shut down it, or we are not getting the views and so on. Yeah, Mayur, today I posted a game that I played with Mayur on our chat, and he says that he loved it. Yeah, you played really very well. मंडे को ऑर्डर किया था, दिवाली से पहले आएगी ना? हाँ, यस, इट विल कम आशीष, मंडे को किया था तो. Duda taking his time here or no? He played, what was Duda's last move after knight h7? He didn't take. He directly played f4. Okay, interesting. I thought he'll take first. He directly did it. Aradhya says, did Vedika send chocolates to Anish after the loss? I'm sure she will. At least in this Diwali, we are hoping to send Vedika's chocolates to all the people whom we know, because it's kind of the last time, and also I love it. So I wanted, like, all our people, like, who have helped to promote chess, spread it, and so on. So we are planning to do that. But I think what we did not expect and what Vedika did not expect is so many people ordering it right now. So they are working overtime for now. Tu lena, lena. So right now it's there's a lot of orders that she's fulfilling, working around the clock with her family. Yeah, thank you, Probir. Once in a few days we'll be able to inform you. Yeah, we want to send it outside India. So if anyone wants it outside India, send us a mail. If we are able to manage it, we'll send it across. Okay, Magnus has played bishop g4 here, and already his position looks very suspect. By the way, the tie breaks have begun between Mamedyarov and Duda. Mamedyarov and Rapport. 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. They have started with the Italian Richard Rapport having the white pieces. Yes, Yagyadi Pandey, it should come. Today is Wednesday, right? No, today is Thursday. Yeah, so it should come if you order it on Tuesday. Akshay Deshmane says, Sagar bhai, how to deal with procrastination? Such a tough question, Akshay. And I think everyone suffers from it in some way or the other. You just need to sort of get going. We can discuss it later, but for now, it's an important topic, and I don't want to be just giving some light advice on it, and I mean whatever light words on it. So let's right now look at this. Bishop g4 played. Knight h3. Okay, takes. He'll take. Take, take. Takes on g5 now. Now Magnus knows that the best move is queen takes, knight takes. But his tournament situation does not allow him to play this way. And this is where things get tricky, because this queen trade and this Magnus is out of the woods. Like, let's say rook b1, but there is very little juice left in the position. So that's why Magnus plays rook b8. And you know, this is a terrible move. Like, even Magnus knows it. But the tournament situation demands it. And now, if Duda finds this move, he will win. Yeah. There you have it. Magnus is like, bhai, kya hi kar diya maine? What did I just do? This is hanging. This is hanging. I can't defend it. And guys, match is over. Match is over. So must win situations often bring out these mistakes, because you see, this is psychology, right? If you make the best moves, you might draw the game. And this is what makes chess very competitive, like these match formats, very interesting. I think Magnus is now just gone, because he's one pawn down. He'll lose his second pawn. This is hanging. F6 is hanging. You can see Duda. You can also see Duda's style. Yeah, when he's winning, he does this, and he looks here and there. He's very confident. You can sense it. You, if you play this, then this is hanging. No. Tanmay says, do you think chess 960 prep affected his play? I don't know. I don't know how much he's preparing for chess 960. But also, Duda played really well this match. I mean, apart from the fact that he resigns, Magnus Carlsen is eliminated. Duda moves to the finals, beats Magnus. How does Duda do it, man? Too good. Too good. And he does it without breaking too much of a sweat. Yeah, just ease. Amazing. Okay, let's go to the tiebreak between Richie Rapport and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Duda is literally smiling, says Aditya. Yeah, he just. Now we are looking for the next finalist here. I think matches between Rapport and Duda have always been very interesting. So, and right now Rapport is better. This match has been heavily dominated by white pieces somehow. No? AS asks, is it possible to call Duda on stream? Maybe if he wins this event, we'll try to call him. We'll try to talk to him about his match with Magnus, his match with Vidit, and so on. And also, there's this very nice meme that is making the circles, right? Of how all the Indian players are sitting like, and Duda has beaten all of them. Bishop b4. Okay. I think we go bd2 now, maybe. On what? We goes knight h5. Yeah, Duda is, first time I saw Duda, f5. Oof, quite a dangerous move by Shaq. And generally, guys, in such structures, remember, it's a very risky move to play f5 because if your opponent gets the e4 square, so let's say I take, you take, I take, you take, and now the problem is that if I go knight g3, I'm sure that Shaq wants something like rook f3. I think that's because if you go like back and I play somewhere like knight d2, knight e4, or just knight e4, this is a very nice position. This knight sits here pretty, hitting the d6 pawn. But there's a very classy move here, which I don't know if is easy to find or not. I mean, knight g3 is a great move, but there's one more move. Can you guys find it? White to play. Yeah, Jaden, queen c2, very good. Mayur, queen b1, queen c2 or queen b1. And then if he takes here, you take here, and sort of the rook is trapped. Plays bishop f5, queen b1 played. And let me update the score. Duda Carlsen 3-1. BD2. Very tough position for black. Very. Knight f5 wants to sit on d4. Ooh, queen b1. Very surprising decision, and he finds the move. Queen f7. You can see Richard Rapport there. Very, very unhappy. He could have played here knight e4. And if queen f7 now, there's queen f3. But, Shaq so sharp. So sharp. Queen b1, queen f7. What a move. And he spots it. Now the knight is trapped. If you go back, he will take queen f2 and he'll pick up the knight. And if you play g4, then there is knight d4 hitting the rook and f2 hanging. There's this very famous story of Mamedyarov that he used to play. I think there was some tournament, maybe it was Gibraltar or someone, where after the event ended, he challenged an IM. Okay, by the way, rook f3, but what about queen h5, g4, and now queen g5 resigns. Okay, there's knight e4. Okay, fine. But what about knight e4, queen g6, just simply? Because there's this pin here. So he took here, but now after, I mean, he can take rook takes f5 also, but he just took here. Yeah, resigns. Shaq gets the lead in the match. Look at his face there. No expressions. Bhavna Shunya. 2-3. One more game. Rapid game to go. So Shaq would play against an IM with 30 seconds. and that IM would have 3 minutes and he would win. It's just insane, yeah. 30 minutes, and you, the main thing is that if you take like same, if you take 5 minutes versus 50 minutes, I can completely understand if Shakhriyar Mamedyarov wins, because 5 minutes is a lot of time against 50 also against an IM. But with 30 seconds, it's hardly any time. It just shows he's very quick. He sees things quickly. And if you see even in this game, the moment, like he was worse, clearly worse here at this point. But the moment his opponent played Queen B1, it didn't take him time to spot this. And I think he's just trained very well on these things. Like, where is a loose piece? How do I attack it? It goes here, attacks here. It's very instinctive for him. No increment. No, of course not. I mean, against the IM. Mayur says, bye Sagar, I have to be ready for early morning office. Yeah, sure, sure. Guys, when is Diwali actually beginning? Like, when is it that holidays start for Diwali in offices? अच्छा 24 to 26. फ्राइडे से ही बोल रहा है अभिनव गर्ग. अभिनव का ऑफिस सॉलिड है. फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे मंडे ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे. कितना दिन? फुल 1 वीक ऑफ. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. मंडे इज दिवाली. अच्छा. पार्टी दो ना सागर भाई. नितिन, if you come to our Chessbase India tournament on 22nd, there will be a party there. कॉलेज में बस 2 दिन छुट्टी है, रक्षित says. Oh. Devrup Biswas says, hi Sagar bhai, awake because of studying. Nice. A lot of people study while watching the commentary or do some other work. But I think a lot of people also watch it carefully to improve their chess. Yagyadeep Pandey, the tournament is 5 to 7, but it's already like not anyone can play. You have to attend the other sessions, but you can come to the club to just play like normal. PRT says, when you get time, please check out a recent game, Cori versus Larino from Pro Am Open. One of the craziest games seen recently. Okay. When PRT says some game, you should check it. He usually gives great suggestions. Pro Am Open. But where is it happening? Where can I check it? Like maybe it should have said. It's not on Leeches, I think, broadcast. मिस्टर स्ट्रेन से सीए की एग्जाम आ रही है बट चेस देख रहा हूँ. हाँ, बट लाइफ में अनवाइंड भी करना पड़ता है ना थोड़ा बहुत. तो थोड़ा जब मैं आई वॉज वेरी यंग, नॉट फॉर सीए बट बिफोर दैट, I had this thing where when the clock would be somewhere around let's say 5:15, I would say round figure round figure 5:30 तक जाते. नहीं, actually it was even worse. So it was like जब 4:58 होता था ना, that would be like 5 तक जाएगा ना, तब शुरू करता हूँ पढ़ाई. फिर 5 होता था तो बोलता था 5:05 and 5:10, फिर ऐसे 5 मिनट्स करके 5:30, ऐसे करके बहुत टाइम जाता था पढ़ाई. हाँ chess 24 पे देखता. Okay, cool. I'll check. Yagyadeep says I just want to play Samay again. I already booked the ticket. अरे बढ़िया. Last game now. Rapport, not last, could be second last if Rapport wins. Otherwise, Mamedyarov will. E4 G6. Sorry, D4 G6. Okay. C4 Bishop G7. Rapport doesn't look very thrilled, to be playing. Or I mean, it's not a question. Oh, by the way, is he playing this sort of gingy Indian D5? He'll take. He'll take. He'll take. No, he'll not take. He'll not take. He'll. Oh, he took. He took F5. Oh, he played F5. E4 is the best move. Can Shak play it? Shak, let's go E4. I played this once with Black in a very crucial game in World Juniors in 2010, and I had won it against Marcin Sishekovics. It was a very nice game, a very memorable victory for me. But this is a dubious line. F3. But I think the engines prefer this sort of a gambit like approach, because if you take here, like take bishop d3 castle, it's just very powerful. So he did it. He played it like a gambit. By the way, here I think a good move is e5. But he played knight f6, e4. Good move. Now he didn't. He took, and taking this would be a big mistake because of bishop d3, knight f3. I mean, white just crashes through. So he went e5, which is kind of logical. And now d6 would have been strong, but he took d6. I mean, d6 looks weird, no? Somehow. Knight c6. How is it winning? But I mean, giving such a huge edge. I don't know how this is winning, because I'm just trying to understand, but we can understand this later. But he's not made his move yet. d6 ke baad he's still thinking. Maybe he'll go d6. But knight c6. What? He took on e4. Crazy chess by Rapport. Because he wants to give this check now. So bishop d3 doesn't, because he's pushed his pawn to e5. Let's say if you go bd3, queen h4 looks strong. g3, knight g3, knight f3, queen h3. You can't take because this is hanging. g1. Possible. Actually, this is also possible, but safest is to play knight f3. Just. Siva Pratap says amazing opening. So just as if you want to try this in your like fun games, try it out. I have tried it and I have had a good score with black here, but then I realized that it's not great. But you can try it, like take and playing f5. The idea is to play knight f6, d6, sometimes knight d7, knight goes to e5, sometimes queen goes a5, knight b6, bishop d7, and you long castle. And if white is not playing positionally well, his c4 pawn becomes weak. Queen here can go to a6, attack like this, and so on. But playing it against a player like Mamedyarov is a bit too much. He just thrives on such positions. And Mamedyarov played queen d5. Okay, interesting. Knight f6, back. One of the ideas of... Whoa, Rapport is getting by getting a good position. One of the things which queen d5 did, I guess, and what he wanted was g3. So that if you take here, this rook is defended and you can take back like that. But this is getting too risky. I think Richard Rapport's opening risk has paid off. Even knight c6, I mean, good compensation for black for a pawn. Excellent compensation. Knight a6, good move. Ayub says, why such a weird opening in such a decisive game? Isn't it important to be more solid because it is blitz, so lesser time? Well, if you play solidly with black, it's very possible that you will not get a chance at all. So it's a risk that is taken. Now castle. I think he'll castle. And look at white. He's totally undeveloped. Check here. Maybe queen e3. Not so sure if Richard Rapport wanted to exchange queens. He goes 94. Okay, BD3. Sure, he has something planned. BD3. Knight AC5. He planned BD3, but knight AC5. Siva Pratap, congratulations for your rating gain. All the best for your journey towards 1800 now. Sayak says, was it bad luck or bad chess for Magnus today? I think overall, one moment where he could have won that game. But apart from that, Duda played well. Knight AC5. Okay. Takes, I think, knight e4. Take on e4 with the knight or take with the queen was the question. Knight f3. Also, both players are pretty tired now. I think been playing for last 4 hours. Ujwal says this opening is so tempting to push h4, h5. I'll tell you, Ujwal, there's one very fun line, if I can show here. f5, h4. Okay. One way to deal with it is to play knight f6, correct? h5 and rook g8. This is a very typical way to deal. But there's another way to deal with it, which is to go something like d6, h5, queen a5. And if he takes, you take back. Very important. Because if he takes here, you give check and then you pick up this rook. Just a very nice line. So he played knight e4, bishop a3. Nice move. Takes, check, king d8. Knight e2, very important move. Otherwise, rook e8 would have lost the queen. And now he's ready to castle. Yeah, this line I was well prepared at some point because I played it and I liked it. There's some things, you like it till you don't have enough knowledge about it. Once you get enough knowledge about it, you then feel like I can't play it anymore. No, that's what happened with that line. So rook e8 played, queen d3, queen king c7, castles, bishop f5, check. Okay, this is done. Done. Mamedyarov going through now, guys. Pawn up. Very nice position. Bishop e4. Knight b5. Check. Okay, king c5 maybe. Just go to... No, c5 then knight c7 is there. So it's just over because now if you play here, there's this check and then knight c7. So it's time to resign. Wow. Mamedyarov makes it to the finals of the Aimchess Rapid. He went here, here, here. Now Shark wants to finish it off very accurately. Maybe the most accurate move is to take and get your rook here. So tomorrow, most likely, we are seeing Mamedyarov versus Duda. Oh, nice move, rook e1. Who's your favorite there? Rook e3. That's over now. Rook e3, rook e. Or rook f4 also. Check in here. Duda, Shark, Duda, Mamedyarov, Shark. Okay, it's a mixed support, yeah. Some people like Duda, some people like Shark. C5. This is me not resigning, says top security. Yeah. If you take here king c3, yeah, just blocking the king here. Nihal is playing with Firuza. Where? Where is Nihal playing with Firuza? How do I follow it? Leeches. Okay, it's a draw only, so there's no need to try for a win. Mamedyarov will know. Check, check. He doesn't want to win. He wants a draw. He could have gone rook e6 and he's seeing the video. And yes, Mamedyarov beats Rapport to get to the finals and sets up the final match with Duda. 2 days of chess with Duda versus Mamedyarov. Exciting. Both exciting players, will be fun to watch. Congratulations to both Duda and Mamedyarov for playing so well. And Chesscom they are playing, huh? Okay, let's go and check if we can see a bit of their epic gameplay, because Nihal Sareen. Nihal Sareen versus Ali Reza Firuza. This is not part of some tournament, right? That they are playing. They're just playing for fun. Yeah, just like that. Okay, let's look at it for some time. Like 5-10 minutes. It will be good to see a bit of how good they are. Nihal is black. What is the time control they are playing? I think 1+0 or 3 minute. Oh, they're playing 3 minute chess. White 1. Nihal 2. Firuja. Okay. No, they're playing 3+0. Okay. Nihal's favorite opening. London system. Takes C3. Nihal is taking it seriously, yeah? The fact that he's playing London system means he's taking this match seriously. Oh, takes with the queen. Interesting. I thought he'll take with the bishop for sure. Sorry, for the with the knight. But he took with the queen. Bishop d6, bishop e3. Rook b1. Knight f3. Yeah, nice move. Bishop c5. But you can take, I guess. Take here. Knight f3, queen f3, queen c5. Nihal has a very small edge here. I think he'll grind it out. This queen f3, yeah. Rook a d1. He will play rook a d1. No? I'm trying to guess Nihal's moves. Cool. Okay, next plan is to put your bishop here. Ah, rook e1. First exchange one rook, now go here. Queen f4. Didn't expect this move. Now if I go here, he'll come in, right? Queen a4. Acha. a6. Hey, Nihal. Bishop f1. What, he wants to go g3, bishop g2 later, maybe. But right now, just putting the bishop away. I think Firuza can go knight e4. He first. Ah, he can't go knight e4. This was hanging. Takes rook king g7. f3. Rook d1. Stopping rook e1. Okay. g5 f3. g3. एक भी मूव ठीक नहीं पड़ रहा है यार. Bishop d3. Rook e6. King f1. Rook e2. He won't exchange it so soon. Oh, knight c5. Oh, knight is coming here. Bishop c2, there is rook takes b2. Arey. Tricky Firuza. Making Nihal now stop in his tracks. Check, check. Maybe he went wrong somewhere. Yeah. But Nihal was always sort of within the drawing margin. Now Nihal is better. Check. 45 seconds, 30 seconds for Firuza. Nihal won't take on b5. It's a draw. Oh, he takes. Will he flag him? Nihal has 13 extra seconds. He may be able to flag him. But Firuza is playing so fast. Oh man. What speed. Oh. Oh. ट्रैप देगा क्या ट्रैप यहाँ पे trap was rook f6 check, rook f6 and g5. But of course Hiruja sees it. Check. Or free rook. Nihal wins it. Modern chess. Yeah, Nihal playing the same opening he played against Ding. All this is very helpful for Nihal as a player, you know. He learns in a very unstructured way, I feel. Whatever I know of Nihal, he doesn't go for like सुबह को उठेंगे मस्त नहा धो के बैठेंगे फिर चेस प्रिपेयर करेंगे. All that is doesn't exist for him. It's more like I'll play chess, I'll not sleep for the night, I'll just continue my prep. What about b4 here? AB rook queen is hanging, correct. Buggy Worm says, for people asking why in Chile, changing location apparently gives better pairings in night to farm elo points. Seriously? Vignesh says, Sagar, let's go one full energetic commentary before we finish. Okay, let's do one before that. And I was so right now, knights well positioned. Also, the queen and the bishop. Firuza's rooks looking nice, but Nihal is well positioned. His queen is okay. His rooks are protected. Maybe he wants to take and then trade off rooks. But giving up this bishop would mean that the white queen and the bishop are well positioned. So right now Nihal thinking for a plan, but look at his time. He's 1 minute 43 seconds. He goes 98. The idea of this move is that he keeps the g7 pawn defended, knight b5. Ali Reza wants to come in, maybe to the d6 square, maybe looking in this diagonal. But you have to go knight d7 now. No, he goes bishop e7, which is also fine. He just moved his bishop out. Maybe next you want to exchange, bring the other rook into the game. Rook c4. He wants to bring the rook to g4. Oof. But I think bishop, rook c8, rook g4. Is that risky? Maybe there's no threat, right? Because rook g4, if he had played here. But anyway, takes. Queen d7. Bishop d4. I like how Alireza is keeping some pressure, but Nihal has now exchanged, attacking here. a4 played, knight to d7 check. Bishop f8. This is weak. Nihal under some pressure. Knight to d2. Maybe he can go here so that if you lose the knight, he can take his knight. e5. c4 coming in. Trouble. Big trouble. Takes. He takes with the bishop. That's also fine. Knight takes. And you can't take on b3 because of knight d7, and then there is pressure here. So, he took it. Queen a3. If he plays queen a8, he's winning. He finds it. Idea is to take and then take here. So if Nihal plays queen b4, take queen a5. Simple win. Move. Let's look at his technique now. Check maybe. Queen e1. Why queen e1? No logic to that move. h4. Check, king g2. Yeah, all good. Now the pawn is ready to push. I think Nihal can resign here. All over. Yeah, resigns. Great match, guys. You can check it out. It's happening on chess.com. Nihal versus Ali Reza. I'll call it a night. It's Duda versus Mamedyarov tomorrow in the finals. Thank you all for tuning in. It was a great session of chess. Fun, talk, also a lot to learn. Take care, guys. Bye bye. See you. Yes.